Good morning. We're going to start a little bit checking the audio, making sure that we do not have an echo. How does it sound out there?
You know, just like this.
Okay, we're still setting up the system, making sure that we have good audio before we get started here.
Hello?
Good morning.
Oh, all right. I'm not supposed to touch this one. So this is where the echo's coming after. We can turn them all on just to get some feedback.
Okay.
Let's see.
Good morning. Can you tell us a little bit about how the feedback is before we get started? Ja, du. Denk ich, da hast du eine Leute, als ich auch die oder die Lieder Leute. Akademi binda beki sa huit na lido le sigi Indian housing plan or the eco nafak eho eya peso ki kuch edatet edit haki eya yard
Oh, I started the broadcast yet. That's probably why.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Yate halika hadits ad ashiate Ecuador. Oh yes, the next lekon de ki halit adits at the one day kidikish hozaniye. Edo that's that's it's a leads a bank at the hadosne. I didn't also some hijabit dutch chat dash dekne adiki egabe ehozan lidolish. I don't deny the kid me here long go with able start Johnny a ajibogi. Nan mishigi eya ekonde hans so she eya be ekita with net lidolish. Diki the mobis can wash cheats a do your cash. Kodo kita with net lidolish eya in a has our dear. AI, Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act, 1996 at Bikinet Ado the David in an nation Haja Sling Leco. According to the distribution leader, like a peso edit Agi as on a specific in the is Neligido, Hans or Shea, Washington, Yakuni, Zenki, 80 peso, give a edit Ahako. 80 Ecuador distinct a bit with leader, like a coat and it's a strategic soko. Stadnesa tiro anatin ha ahunet eya hota in ha ahunz in Washington. Na be huni kliniki eya sota ahan so she eya choto keyan tiel. Ado o kuni kiu sto. Ado on the benda has teki to be hosenko ebelina eya peso ki e archiko ki eya ahut ego beja ndal in leko. A codish jeba with net and lead or little basic with net and lead or little ki e archiko. Yadna haki hut ela halet out chito ito adon the chan that iho hele jan i peso jo hut ego yana ite kitten leko e di ba da huit net o cook a day ki na na sne ya kong ki jebana the sheet halet out hadits
Audits loud and clear.
Hakoshin Hade hotne
Pablo Pintado de
Oh, Pablo Pintado, Hanan ne ajo, nada eat niha ajo.
oh that's all I can't just list then as
Oh, yeah, could he now think nada Italian lead on it. Oh, quack it, ya, oh, a husband or ya, who the gift a date net or let would he now go she a yabaha, bahadodish. Ishashido, Adete, the hotos, the shake with all Tratnessa, and should hold it, Lini, was a chain, Totso, nation shade that, Edo Todicinish, and not that. It's thought legendeskis, Adeko, ki Aya, Igisina, Shatachi, Lopestot, legendeskis, Blue Gap, Tachi, the Hasnako, A Ade at Aya. Ishashido Ade, the hots, at a dead hot things, my ketos, a dark cashita, no haters, a chase, and nala da shape. A hot ego, Aya, head hot deeds, the tea, the condiki, gender, the guess given nachigo. Ade.
ya Erlene Henderson in Shadow Pablo Pintado da president. Kinflitshit in Slonan is as was a chain. So now bitly a dash shadow na coordination na lead that. But is son and slido yat a bit.
Oh, yeah, Pablo Pintado.
Hello, my name is Mitega Lee. I'm from Manuelito. I am Ashi, Bethlehem, Kiani in Bilagana, working for Southwest Assets Coalition.
Oh, good morning. Oh, yeah. Nasha. Percy Anderson, East last. Mr. Percy.
Yat, good morning. Earl, can you hear me?
Oh, Jono dates KTN Indo. They couldn't have done Jono dates that.
KGAK.
Oh, KTT, I'm sorry.
Navajo hour all the time.
Oh.
Yat, good morning. Yeah, I'm Percy Anderson. I'm a chapter official, the secretary treasurer for Manuelito tuning in. And I'm Setna Ginny, Twitch Eatney Bushes Chin, Nathlana Comanche are my Chays, and Setna Ginnies are my Nollies. My other clan relatives on my mother's side is the Bethlehem. On my father's side, it's Kiaani and Nakaidene. So thank you. Good to see you, Earl.
Oh, you don't yet.
Oh.
Kashnana, how about Miss Vicente? Add on that we have Ms. Anderson and then also Ms. Lewis too. Some of the questions that you may have in respect to the funding source here. As I had mentioned, allocation is made by Congress. There are about 523 tribes. The allocation of funding had stood at 650 million for a number of years, but that has been increased. Navajo Nation receives the largest portion due to its geographical size, as well as the population, and then also the need. That is how the formula is allocated, and that allocation may vary from time to time in regards to the amount of need that individual tribes may have. But we do have a number of tribes that are out there that that were recently recognized. So those that are recognized by the government, they are the ones that receive the funding. So with that, Ms. Terry Laughing, please.
She has her hand raised up. Someone has her hand.
Yeah, there's a hand raised up by Ms. Laughing. So Otto and Terry Sloan's out there as well. Irvina Castillo. Thank you. Halleck allocate that zas nke ask in the go ye need your day yabis chinny ye 8 Yankee kidney meat de kujo tsaga hot sun to tsaga hot sun do ko Yankee sta we let jo konjono or add on the yan lini a yan jono a dot is neko to a yakosen dal to da ko hot ego a yakko against his
Ja, het binnen Shea Irvina Castillo in Chia. Pas on het on in slashlish ni bashes chin. Twitch any dash shade out can the chini a dash another label bezita send the day ma dina shadow could a nashnish. I used to go a not down nasha. I got on the call based on an email that I received regarding the Native American Housing Self-Determination or Housing Assistance Self-Determination Act. We do business, I work for a company called Caris Group of Companies, and it includes Caris Consulting and a company called Native Vet Material and TJC Construction. So we work with NHA there, and so I think that's the reason why I received this email, to get some more information on how the funding is allocated, and then also how we can, as a Native American owned company, come in and help you guys if that's something that's needed. Okay. Yeah, thank you for having me on this call.
Oh, yeah. So let me ask a question to the audience. Ashton Nick Belagana, what would be the preference of the audience in regards to sharing this information? Would you prefer to have it English or mix?
Earl, this is Percy. Mix will be good. Mix will be good.
Okay. Okay, that would be good. Our particular presenters are going to be bilingual, thereby being able to share with you some of this information in English. And then also we do have a PowerPoint. If you'd like to have a PowerPoint, we will make that available to you. And then if there is additional information that you would like to have, please let us know in the chat room, and then our technician here will write it down, and we'll get that on the board for you so that you can have access to it. This being a governmental program, allocation of funds, everything that is, that as far as policies and procedures, statutes and regulations, all of that is in written form, and it is for your reading pleasure. The information that we will draw from is a 24 CFR 1000. 24 CFR 1000. That is where you can find the description of NAHASDA, and then also that will give you an opportunity to take a look at some of the aspects as far as what is required, and then also what are some of the policies and procedures out there. So the estimate amount that we are going to be talking about in the Indian Housing Plan for 2023, what will happen here is that there are certain allocation. The estimated account that we're talking about is 82.9 million. And that is the amount that is out there. There are certain allocation, let's say for instance, formula current assisted stock, FCAS, the money that is allocated, there's already a percentage that is out there allocated for maintenance and then operation. And then also there is a planning and administration. As far as the needs portion of it, which is where we will be explaining to you, in that amount is $39.5 million. That is the amount of funding that will be made available in regards to the certain aspects as far as program activities are concerned. The areas, the geographical areas that is out there, basically we understand that a good portion of Navajo Nation lives off the reservation. And for your respective areas, I am sure that you know where a number of our people are residing. Like in the Albuquerque area, we have a high number of Navajos that are living there. We have a high number of Navajos living in the Phoenix area, Los Angeles, Denver, Salt Lake area. We have a number of Navajos that are throughout the continental United States. We even have some up in Alaska as well. So there are a number of different programs that are out there, but specifically we'll be talking about NAHASDA. And as far as introductions, if there's anybody else that would like to introduce themselves, you are more than welcome at this time. We'll go for about another few minutes and then we'll get started with our program. But the amount of money that is out there, peso kundi gibijan khadyan denigi yasebetido ba anakido dahal jindo nahast a bill so ahonet e peso kwakin khabja adya akut end kodobe da anishto le denigi do kodo chihodot as denigi ya tatbindo ba anast a the meal so e dikila e la khait ego e yachito in to haleta otat nit jokut ego e yape hosanen lido le kot so that the kushin ant ego e peso di kunchi de do in. So the allocation of funds in regards to what are some of the eligible activities, we will explain that to you. And as mentioned, there are Navajo's population is not basically centralized here on the Navajo Nation. There is a high percentage of our Navajo people that are residing off Navajo. To give you an example, Gallup, more than 50% of Gallup, New Mexico residents are Navajo. So with that, that would be an opportunity for you to ask some questions. Again, also, there are a number of other programs that are out there that you may be interested in. Currently, we are running the ERAP. The aspects of ERAP is the Emergency Assistance Program for Navajo families that are residing on and off Navajo. So let me make this clear. For those non-Navajos residing on Navajo, they are eligible as well, as long as they are on Navajo, and this is for those that have a lease. This is not an assistance with the mortgage program. This is only for this, meaning the emergency rental program is only for those that have leases. So please let your families know about that. We have a number of families that have been assisted from Washington, D.C., all the way down to down in Florida, Hawaii, up in Alaska. So a number of families have been assisted with this emergency rental assistance program. In addition to that, we do have the ERAP program that is out there as well. So that program that is out there is for your particular information. If you'd like to have more information on that, you can call 871-2600 and ask about the emergency rental assistance program. This is for emergency rental assistance for those individual families that are residing out there. And then also we do have the VASH for our veterans, those that would like to be reunited with their families, those that have been living off the Navajo Nation, that particular program is available for you as well. Then we have Section 184 for those individual families that are not living on the Navajo Nation, but would like to receive assistance and have home ownership. We do have a number of our other participants that are going to be on the program, so we'll go ahead and get started with that. And I will turn the time over to Ms. Maureen Curley. She is our CEO. We will give the opportunity. Okay, so excuse me for that misinformation. We will go ahead and get started again with some of our introduction, then we will get into this particular program. Okay.
Good morning. Yat e bene ade that's not aki. Shay kodo da hadisin Earl Ininido. Nellie Gilmore hinshe. Ado trapa hinge hon what the chi bashis chin honara ni dash chedo touching a nationale. Cut all a sun and shado late is the Pine Springs ade isinasha. Ado Navajo Housing Authority kwa a yashananish grants manager in Shlong cut the Krishinache that's in. Thank you for joining us this morning. I know a little bit of background about what Earl was talking about. We get these monies on an annual basis. We have a timeline, since 1998, and also we're 2023 is coming up. Like Earl indicated, there's different percentage of funds are allocated for each activity. The public hearing, we used to have public hearings way back when, since 2005, 6, 7, 8, that I'm aware of. Since 2008. Since then, we have not had a public hearing. So, board of commissioners, let's provide some education to our chapter officials, leadership, and then those that are from the public listening today. We'd like to share this information with you as to how we use our NAHASDA funds. Because on an annual basis also we do the annual performance report. So that report goes to Congress, and what they're interested is in the number of low-income families that we serve, and also how many natives or low-income families we serve, as well as how many number of homes that we have constructed. After Ms. Aniva Yazi does her presentation, our Native American housing and the block grant management system policies and procedures. Thank you.
We're waiting for Maureen, but
Okay, what we do have is that
Dwayne,
at 9 o'clock, we will go ahead, and we do have a program, and then so it's a program to allow information to go out into the various chapter areas. As far as the agenda goes, this is that today, March 7th, we are going to be doing Eastern Agency, so if you would let your counterparts know out there as to where we will be broadcasting to, that would be important for them to know as well. Tomorrow, March 8th, is going to be at the Fort Defiance Agency. We will be focusing on Fort Defiance Agency tomorrow. On Wednesday is going to be Western. The chapters that are out there in that particular vicinity in Western Agency is going to be on Wednesday. March 10th is going to be Northern Agency. And then also we are going to end on Friday in the heart of the Navajo Nation Central Agency. That is where we will have our particular broadcast made to specifically to some of those areas. They have been separated because individual communities have different land base and then also individual different border towns that you are working with. We did hear this morning from Ms. Castillo that she is out in the, from what I understand, she is out in Albuquerque. So we do have a number of our families that are living out there as well. So we did our introductions. If there is no more introductions, then we'll go ahead and we will get started with Nellie's program. And we do have Ms. Maureen Curley, who is the new CEO. She is with Navajo Housing Authority. The deputy CEO is Aniva J. Yazi. Nellie Gilmore will be giving the Indian Housing Block Grant policies. She is the grants manager. And then also we do have two gentlemen from Construction Services, Mr. Dwayne Wicenta. He is the Chief Operations Officer. And then also Mr. Ernest Franklin. As I had mentioned, the team here are bilingual and they can answer your question either in Navajo or in English. Oftentimes, being bilingual is an advantage because we're able to articulate our particular message and tailor it to you. So we would like to go ahead and start with Nellie if with this particular program.
Hello, Earl.
Yes.
This is my name. Quickly, I want to introduce myself. My name is Terry Sloan. I'm with the City of Albuquerque, the city's intergovernmental tribal liaison. And I'm joining this meeting as a part of a Navajo Nation housing justice group that's led by Councilwoman Amber Crotty. So that's why I'm on this meeting today. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm born of the Kiani, born for the Todlini. Thank you.
Good morning, Earl. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning. This is Laureen Lewis with the Veterans Administration. On one of the people that retired from NHA, and I'm now working with the Veterans Administration. I understand Veterans Administration is going to be getting into the HOSTA program. So I'm here at Eastern Agency, so I'm listening in. Good to see all of you. That's it. Have a good day too.
Okay. Good morning again. those of you that just joined us, so I'm gonna go ahead and since Ms. Yazzie is still trying to prepare, I'm gonna go ahead and do my presentation. Let me see. Can you see?
I can see mine, yes.
Okay. Kishak, the rest of you, are you able to see what's on your
Yeah,
Oh, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay, this morning I'm going to present the Native American Housing Assistance Act of 1996, NAHASDA, Indian Housing Block Grant Management Systems, Policies and Procedures. I think if we do this introduction, you'll have a better understanding of the rest of what NAHASDA is all about. So we do have this policy. It was first developed back in 2008. And more recently, it was amended on September 2015. So the purpose of the policy for Navajo Housing Authority, we follow this policy as we put our grant funds together and how we do our allocation. So the purpose of the policy is to guide the development of our Indian housing plan and the governance of NAHASDA, IHBG allocation. You will hear me use a lot of acronyms, but at the end of the slide, I indicated what those are. So just to bear with me when I start doing acronyms. B is it outlines procedures and application of Indian Housing Block Grant funding to achieve maximum returns to Navajo Nation in building essential, safe, sanitary, and affordable homes within our budget limitation. 2 is to have an effective and efficient management system in the application of IFBG funds. B is to maintain a 5-year project plan. And this 5-year project plan consists of all the requests that we receive from throughout the Navajo Nation from the chapters. We have 110 chapters that submit their requests through chapter resolutions, and we do maintain a 5-year development plan. C is it guides us at the assessment of our annual performance report of each grant recipient relating to their performance and compliance. This information is then used, like I indicated earlier, is sent to Congress. D is annual assessment of our own NHA. As a TDHE, we do assessment of our own annual performance. And then E, our report is then due to HUD every year on December 28th. And like I indicated, just to inform Congress on the number of homes built and the number of families served. E is prohibition. We do have prohibition is required on any lien, encumbrance, mortgage, or pledge of NAHASDA funds or property purchases with NAHASDA funds, including housing units, without NHA's consent. All this is saying is that any housing or any maybe like youth complex facilities that are constructed with NAHASDA funds cannot be given away, sold, or given to anyone without NHA's consent or approval. That's one of the policy. And then sub-recipients under F are required to report and submit program income to NHA for reallocation to new housing development. So currently we have 18 active sub-recipients that we have funded within the past 20 years, where we still have to oversee and provide technical assistance, and they comply with our policy as well. This program income is any income that they derive as far from Say for an example, like Loop schools, they have teacher housing. So they collect income on an annual basis. And then if they arrive at some program income, if it's a plus, then they can return it to NHA to use it for future development of housing. That's what it means, program income. G is NHA is to adopt general procedures as set forth in this policy. So this is our policy statement for the use of IHBG funds. Then we get into responsibilities. A is grants management. Complies with our NHA compliance and self-monitoring. We do have in-house compliance and self-monitoring, and they do assist the HUD office to do prior, reviews of the use of funds and how we apply the program. So, Adobe NHA Board of Commissioners approves our annual Indian housing plan for both formal and informal amendments. When that's done, it then goes on, if it's a formal amendment, it goes on to the Board of Resource and Development Committee. So then they also review our annual performance report and then approve any self-monitoring reports. So when we get to see NHA executive management staff, they also have responsibilities. They ensure that staff adheres to all the statutes, regulation, policies, and procedures. Then they ensure that we have labor, equipment, supplies, and materials to work with and to operate with. And then they also support the corrective action plans that is completed by our internal compliance department. And then further, our sub-recipients, like I indicated earlier, they have to comply with our applicable statutes, regulations, policies, and procedures as well. Upon termination, if any sub-recipient is terminated or cease to use what they purchased with NAHASA funds, then they have options to return all their equipment back to NHA. That's here in the policy as far as responsibilities. And then our general procedures, development of the Indian housing plan. Grants management is responsible to develop the Indian housing plan consistent with the 5-year plan, including the numbers of families to serve, and then it indicates that funds are to be allocated uniformly throughout the Navajo Nation. And then 3, priority for funding shall be applied in the following order or manner. We are to serve low-income families, homelessness, overcrowded, substandard, low-income elder, disabled veterans, persons or veterans, and then college housing, housing for essential personnel like public safety, medical, judicial, educational, or student housing. E, we have funded daycare centers as well, and then other model activities serving low-income residents. Model activities are those buildings that are elderly group homes, they're youth complex or youth centers. Gosh, I think I can remember those two right offhand. 4, and then like here today, we are conducting our public hearings annually. So going forward, I guess based upon our Board of Commissioners recommendation, we can continue to do this maybe again next year. Again, a 5-year plan shall include the number of families to be served. So that's our development of Indian housing plan. When we do the Indian housing plan for grants management, we collect all proposals that are submitted on an annual basis. Like I said, in prior years, we did public hearings, and based on those public hearings, we used to announce maybe some funding to put out to the public. We request for proposal. The last time we did this was in 2017. I believe we put out like 15 million. That was the last year that we received a request for a proposal from the public. So that's for your information. And then how we allocate funds is our grants management department in my department. We do annual estimate. We estimate the annual Indian housing block grant, normally based on prior year allocation. And then our final allocation is determined by our funding agency, who is HUD. So for 2013, coming for next year, we use the FY 2022 allocation, which is like 82.9 million. So for 2023, we're going to use the same estimate, that same amount, because we don't know what 2023 is going to be or when that's going to be announced. So we usually go back using prior year. So, and then we estimate and set aside the FCAS, which is Formula Current Assisted Stock Operating Subsidy and Modernization, allocated per HUD notice. This formula is right off the top, sliced off the top from our grant to operate and maintain our, if you're familiar with our mutual help housing, which is our public rental and mutual help home ownership. Throughout the Navajo Nation, we have more than 3,000 units out there. About 30 million is taken right off the top of our grant. So that is a given. We have to abide by that. And then we collaborate with our chief financial officer to develop our budget, which includes the administrative operating costs, and then which cannot exceed 20% of the annual grant. And then our allocation is reviewed and approved by our Board of Commissioners. So again, here is the priority again that's it mentions this here again in our policy. Number one is new residential housing construction. Those projects that are project ready for home ownership. And then number two is our public rental, those projects that are project ready. Three is new residential housing planning and engineering services for home ownership and public rental. Four is existing residential housing renovation, self-help repair, construction ready projects for both home ownership and public rental. Five is our existing residential housing renovation. Some chapters in previous years were able to do this. So say for like an example, Rama chapter, we funded them for many years and they're able to do their own renovation and self-help housing repair. We also funded, I think it was Steamboat chapter, they were able to do their own project. So chapters like that, they're very innovative, and they're able to do their own housing, and which is they help us build the housing units. The sixth priority is resident self-sufficiency opportunity and housing counseling programs that we've so far, I think we have not funded any of those, but those are eligible activities as well. 7 is our regional model activities, construction ready projects. So model activity like elderly group home, our youth complex. If you're familiar with Navajo Nation, like Shiprock, Crown Point, and Fort Defiance, we were able to help fund them, and they do have youth complex out there now. So So based on priority, if there's funds available, we're able to fund model activities. So those are eligible activities. And then non-regional model activities, construction ready, and non-regional model activities, planning and engineering. So some model activities are like student housing. We funded Navajo Technical University. And I think they're the only one that we funded in the past, and they do have student housing. So that's the order of our priority for allocation. And then, so what we do, like I stated earlier, when we issue funds requesting for RFP, NHA will announce RFP in the Navajo Times or local papers through the news media, or post flyers or announce grant funding opportunity for housing projects. So that's how we usually let the public know that if the board decides, if the CEO decides to put out funds for RFP, then proposal by policy are due no later than February 28th of each year. And then the RFP is then evaluated internally based on the following criteria. We look at administrative capacity. We look at the proposal content. We look at funds leverage or from other sources. And then we look at your audit report, financial reports, and then your past performance. And then if you have capacity to operate and maintain your facilities or housing units. That's what the ratings are based on. So internally, again, we do evaluate. We do have an evaluation team. That's our grants manager, myself, other staff within NHA from executive, accounting. Then we also have Navajo Nation Legislative Services. We've invited them on several occasions to help us evaluate proposal, and then also someone from the president's office as well. So those are our internal evaluation team, our housing management staff, legal staff, and also our board, one board member. So a proposal hadadili. And then the selection criteria or process is that any proposal with a score of at least over 75% thresholds are prioritized for funding based on score and funding category. So again, it just goes into detail that the cutoff point is when funding for one category is depleted. Say somebody is going to do construction, so we allocate like 10 million. So once that proposal is up to the limit of 10 million, then we do a cutoff. But those projects that did not get funded will be reconsidered in the subsequent year, which is like the next year. So again, our selection process requires our board review and approval by April 30th. We do have an appeal process. We've never used this. We have not, we're not able to, we have not, no one has challenged this, or we have not used this policy. Our board approves the Indian housing plan at least by the first Thursday in May. RDC, like I said, our Resource and Development Committee approves our Indian housing plan sometimes in May or June. Navajo Nation President certifies the Indian housing plan in June and July. And then it goes on to our HUD office by July 15th. It's actually due on the 18th, but we give time. We give time to for ourselves to submit it early. So, you have
a question?
Oh, let me go through the PowerPoint real quick, and then I am almost done. So then I'll turn back to your question. The last one is Number K is our land use restriction agreement, which is our LORA, we call it LORA process. There is a requirement, I think, with every mortgage or home ownership, there's always, we have to comply with our local, like home site leases. We go through Navajo Nation Land Department. Likewise, HUD has a restriction on the use of our funding. So number one, it says length of useful life for NAHASDA, it's from 6 months to 20 years. Say you have a new home ownership that you built out on the reservation, we have to put a either a land use restriction agreement if you're on fee land or private land. But NHA already has the collateral assignment. So we don't have our tenants or our families sign any land use restriction agreement. But for those organizations that are out there, like Chinley Nursing Home, like, oh gosh, our colleges and others, they actually have to sign a land use restriction agreement. So 2 is they're required on trust land, allotted land, fee land, or donated land. 3, required for all Indian housing block grant assisted units or facilities. It serves as a collateral assignment for sub-recipient projects, like I said earlier. The timing for the land use restriction agreement execution is within 6 weeks of funding. LORA is required for any recipients who conveys or deeds to another homeowner within the affordable period. There's a whole new PowerPoint that I have on this one, so I won't get into that. 7 is any breach of LORA results in repayment of funds to NHA to retake control of the facility or units. So in other words, in a nutshell, it just says that any homes, facility that are constructed with NAHASDA funds is from 6 to 20 years, and you cannot within that period sell, give away, or lease it out to anybody. That's the in summary, that's what it means. What happened? I think it's right there. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I touched the wrong button. So after we fund sub-recipients, if you all, whoever is calling in, if you ever get funded in the future, we do use a sub-recipient agreement. Those are required. Upon HUD notice of award, grants management issues a formal written letter to sub-recipient to submit a sub-recipient agreement within 6 weeks of official notification. Failure to file within the time required, funds will be recaptured and awarded to the next qualified applicant. The sub-recipient agreement is executed by sub-recipient and NHA CEO to carry out their eligible activity. So M is our, then it talks about the project management process. DA, we have development coordinators that manage our sub-recipient construction. They help implement projects. So they have a whole new process. It keeps going back to the. This is. Use this. Okay.
Use that.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep, where was I?
You need to go back to the previous slide.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, project management. First one is pre-application requirement. Pre-planning, legal survey, environmental, archaeology, right away, and then NEPA, which is a National Environmental Protection Agency. We follow those. Process. 3 is our environmental and engineering services, archaeology and environmental services. 4, they do construction contracting, including they help sub-recipients do project management. In other words, they help to hire contractors, including subs, and then purchase of materials. They also do project closeout activities. Our construction services division development coordinators are assigned to provide technical assistance. It's in part of the policy. And then the last one is our Indian Housing Block Grant Funds shall be expended within 2 years, and it cannot exceed more than 1 year extension. So we have 2 years to obligate funds, and that's one of the requirement too. So that's why we always try to inform our sub-recipients that their projects have to be project ready. Going on, monitoring and reviews of our sub-recipients. All sub-recipients are monitored and reviewed by our NHA compliance department. We do have that internally. Sub-recipients must comply with their agreement at all times. They're required to submit monthly reports. When they're working with on their projects, their pay application requisitions have to be on time. And then they're subject to the annual performance report. And then they're to ensure timely expenditure of funds and closeouts. They comply again with monitoring, and any corrective actions, they have to make sure that they implement those. NHA shall monitor sub-recipients through the duration of the useful life period. Again, like I said, that's from 6 months to 20 years. 5-year plan. NHA shall prepare a 5-year plan consistent with housing priorities of the Navajo Nation in concert with Navajo Nation chapters and communities. We do public hearings annually. I think this one right here, it talks about the 5-year plan and consistent with the 5-year plan. It does say every 5 years, but it's annually. A 1-year plan is required to be submitted with your proposal. We use this 1-year plan to gauge all the progress of your the projects that we monitor. I think I already went through this, right? Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, assessment and maintenance of a 5-year plan. Our grants management shall perform, we do the following. We do assess the annual performance report of all the grantees. We review and adjust year 2, 3, 4, and 5 plans every year. With every funding, we have to move up the projects another year, so that's what it's talking about. And then we do assess the 1-year plans, ensure that they're completed within 45 days to the end of fiscal year or by November 15th. So all this is presented to the board in December for review and approval again. This is talking about the 5-year plan. On the fifth one is initiate the development of the next year's plan to be added to the 4th year. So NHA or Navajo Nation as a grant beneficiary monitoring responsibilities that all NHA programs and departments are responsible for monitoring their grant activities, including compliance requirements. So we have to make sure, because these are federal funds, that we're really, our policies are very stringent. So even over and over, I have to indicate that we have to comply. So the last one is number R, and we do have option to recapture and reallocate the HOSDA funds. Say a sub-recipient is not, they're not implementing their project, and then their projects and funds are just sitting there. And by the time the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter is, they have not done or implement their projects, there are options to recapture these funds. When that happens, the board will, they're authorized to recapture funds and then reallocate it to other projects that are ongoing or projects that have a shortfall. They put out a new policy. So I have a huge responsibility, and I have to make sure that these are complied with every year so that our grant funds are submitted on time, and that we get funded on time, and that NHA is not trying to keep NHA in compliance. So it's a lot of responsibility. This is the end of my presentation. If you have any question, on the list. So there's all my acronyms at the last page.
Are you going to provide, I have a question, are you going to provide the presentation slide to the chapter?
Yes.
Those are
Yes.
good information.
Yeah, yes, we will. Oh, are they? So some of
Okay,
the
thank you.
questions.
The presentations are in
Okay,
the handouts portion of the webinar application.
you all have copies of all the presentation. So they should be available in your in the webinar attachments.
I had submitted a question in the questions portion. However, my next question is, you lightly elaborated on how you guys assist with, I guess, portions of like counseling. And my question is, if we're a counseling and support service for individuals such as what I do is I'm a HUD certified housing counselor. We do financial literacy and credit counseling with the nonprofit that I am working with. And my question is, how will we submit anything to NHOSDA to see if we're able to partner with you or work with you, or if you're interested in our services?
Thank you for your question. We have in the past funded several sub-recipients. One was Native Navajo Partnership for Housing. They mainly did financial literacy. They help families with mortgage. They help families with improving their credit rating. And the last time we funded, like I said, was back in 2015 or 16. But they were able to house a lot of our tenants, and that's one area. The other area that you're talking about regarding home, I'm not sure what type of counseling you're referring to, but we do have an eligible activity under housing services activity that we usually fund for. Currently, that's for our internal tenants, though. We do have housing services activities, and those type of services that you're referring to can be funded under that category.
Housing services, and that would be under inquiring with NHOSDA and housing services generally.
Yes.
Okay, great, perfect, thank you.
Hello, this is Percy. I have a question regarding the presentation by Nellie Gilmore on the Indian Housing Block Grant process to get projects onto the 5-year plan. I was just curious to see if maybe the Manuelito chapter's housing development project for the Rocky View Valley is part of, might be part of that 5-year plan that's coming up, because we've been meeting with Levon Yazzie since for about a year, and it's for a 40-acre withdrawal that we've identified, and he indicated that NHA would provide or would submit the pre-planning stage for the legal survey, EA, ARC, the feasibility studies for that area. So I was just curious if maybe that might be part of the upcoming 5-year plan. Thank you. We
have two gentlemen that are going to be presenting a little later on, Mr. Dwayne Waceta and then also Mr. Ernest Franklin, who can articulate and respond to your question, Mr. Percy. So if you could put your question into abeyance or even into the chat line, Mr. Waceta, as well as Mr. Franklin from the Development and Construction Services Department. So in regards to our presentation this morning, we do have a number of presenters that are going to be providing information to you. And then also I would just like to let you know a little bit about the what we mean by low income. In regards to low income, a number of families do come in and then they will indicate that this particular service is for low income. And so the definition of low income is what we use is the U.S. median income, which is provided by HUD on a yearly basis. And that particular document that is executed on a yearly basis, it comes in the springtime. So currently, let's say for instance, making $62,800 or lower, they would be qualified. And so that information that is there, again, is in the U.S. median income bracket in regards to the information that we do receive. So the information that is given out varies from year to year. And so low income does not necessarily mean very, very low income, but we would like to.
The screen, do you have it? AJ's on the line.
She hold it.
Okay, so in regards to the low income, you see peso yan, to give you another example is that for a person who is making, who is one person living in her home that is making $43,960, that anybody making that low income would be eligible for this particular activity. In regards to some of these activities, again, as I had mentioned, we will give you the information on the Housing Authority website and so that you can have access to it. For those of you who may have joined us before the introductions were made, The document that we reference to, the document that we will reference for this particular program is 24 CFR 1000. That is the NAHASDA, Native American Housing Assistance Act of 1993. And we are under the Indian Housing Block Grant management system, and those policies are the ones that we are sharing with you. So with this, I'd like to ask you to introduce Ms. AJ. Ms. AJ will go and give you a little bit of background, as I had mentioned, in regards to the program that we have this morning. If you have any questions, please text us or put it in the chat box, and then we will get that information. Again, if you would like to have other information in electronic format, please let us know as well. And then we will get that information on the website so we can post it and you can have access to it. So Ms. AJ, are you on the line?
Very good. Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Earl do Nelly Kyle J do Shikedo Shidana. Good morning. Yate She Aniva Yazin She Sinajin in Schlont, what did she name Bashin? 1200 Dashe, Hotsoe Dashanala, Ahota Sananshla, Lay and Lado Baslade Nasha Adashigahoa. Tohatchi High School, the East Cup. And Cougars, Lady Cougars, I hear, are on their way to the state basketball tournament. So I just want to make a shout out to my Lady Cougars from years ago. So I'm going to present now the NAHASDA basics. February 7th this year, I came back to NHA to provide and contribute what I know and have been helping other tribes at Coco. I've been given this opportunity to come back and help our Navajo families to get housing. Okay, what I'm going to be presenting are some NAHASDA basics. Le Bahas Ani, Le Washington, then A Yahai, I'm going to be presenting that to you today. So this afternoon or this morning, we'll see the PowerPoint shortly being loaded. And this provides a lot of information from the Federal Oversight Agency, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, that helps us with their oversight of how we implement NAHASDA here for our Navajo people. Okoko, we're going to have this next slide up. Christian, whenever you're ready, let me know. You'll do that from your end?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So it's great to be back. And so we'll certainly be out in your communities with the CEO, Maureen Curley, who came on in January. So we're relatively new coming to the organization. I'm coming back and providing my contribution. I have been working as a TA, training and technical assistance provider for HUD and the National American Indian Housing Council, ACOCO. We had presented modules for training, and so I'm coming back now to help my tribe. So
Why isn't it working? Sorry, I'm trying to get it on.
Okay, so bear with us. With this technology and working remote causes a lot of challenges as well, but hopefully we can get this started shortly. We did also provide the copy of this PowerPoint. So Hajoshin did not need after this whole presentation to go into the details of these slides. Adoshin, when you have questions, we're always still here to present, to provide responses to all of you. And thank you for joining us today.
Can she upload it on her site?
AJ, do you think you can just present from your side, and I'll make you the presenter? I'm trying to figure out why.
See, let me minimize my screens here and see what I can do. Okay, so I have my screen on. How do I join you all back now? Do you see it? Show my screen, okay. And I'll do,
There it goes.
There goes.
okay. I need to do a slideshow. How do I do that? Let me see.
Down at the bottom toolbar,
Oh, yeah.
there's looks like a little desk down all the way at the bottom, or you can start from there. That's
Okay. Is that all right? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get started with this. Is that on?
it's on the preview mode, but we can see the first slide, but the next slide.
So everyone can see it, right?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right, very good. So we'll start with this. NAHASTA, that it stands for Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. So we're going to provide some basics with this act. So what we're going to cover in this next hour is to look at, and it's to get a good understanding of how Indian housing was delivered by the government in the past and how we now move forward with NAHASTA present. And the reason for that is that there are some elements of the old law, the 1937 Housing Act, that got transferred under NAHASTA, and what that might mean for us today, and how that is utilized and applied to help our families under NAHASTA. And the second thing we're going to be covering is the NAHASTA guiding principles and objectives. And some of the perspectives from the government and Congress, how they created this, so that you understand how we're looking at these funds. And part of that overview is to really understand the self-determination component of NAHASTA. So we're not just limited to what is provided in statute and regs, but those areas that may be unique to us for the Navajo tribe is where we can look and be innovative as to how we can address some of our housing needs. Although the third category is to look at the overview of the statute and other federal laws, not only NAHASTA, that we need to be aware of in implementing this program. The regulations of it becomes technical, but it's something that a lot of tribes have been utilizing already over the past 20 years since NAHASTA was enacted back in 1996. How many years ago is that? About 25 years ago? Yeah, if I do my calculations right. So this next slide talks about Indian housing past then. So when NHA was created back in 1963, it was funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development under the old law, what we call the old law, the U.S. Housing Act of 1937. There was the establishment of housing authorities. So now Navajo Housing Authority, that's how the name was originated here. And there was a oversight body called the Board of Commissioners, which was created for all Indian housing authorities, including public housing authorities. So like the city of Albuquerque, city of Santa Fe, all those also follow the same law, IDA. And so HUD had assisted with the publishing of ordinances that spelled out the Board of Commissioners' powers and authority, and bylaws that govern the roles and responsibilities of Board of Commissioner meetings and their oversight over the Indian housing authorities. Back when too, there were only two basic programs. It was the low-income rental program and then what was called the mutual help homeownership program. So back when NHA was created, those were the only two type of programs offered up to 1996, where it really opened up the doorways to look at other innovative, unique housing solutions for tribal nations. And so we'll show the difference in just a bit. And then in the past, the only way to get homes modernized or looking at new construction of new housing units were only done through two programs, what was called CIAP and CGP, which stands for Comprehensive Improvement Assistance Program. These were competitive funds. Tribes had to compete among each other to receive these funds, and then what is called the Comprehensive Grant Program. Again, these again were competitive funds that were allocated to tribes. So that era ended for Indian nations or Indian country in 1996 when the HASDA was passed. So now, to date, in 1996, this law was passed, Public Law 104-330. For some of you that would like to research that, you can certainly Google that law, and it gives you the complete history as to how tribes and the federal government under the U.S. Housing and Urban Development Department or agency had conferred with each other and how this law was created. And every so often, every 5 years, this law would be reauthorized so that we would have funds appropriated every year by Congress for its implementation. So surprisingly, this law had been last reauthorized in October 2013. How many years back is that? About 8 years ago. Has not been reauthorized to date. But as of this last month in February, it was passed by the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs for reauthorization, and is now pending U.S. Senate action. So any day now, we hope that Congress will see the merit of this law and that it be reauthorized. And they're looking at reauthorization for now 10 years instead of 5 years. And so that law, I don't have the number of the bill, but we certainly can provide that to you as well. So this law, then the monies are then characterized as the Indian Housing Block Grant Funds, IHBG, so many acronyms. So the Indian Housing Block Grant Funds are allocated to tribes based on a formula. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in my presentation, what's called the current assisted stock and need. So the current assisted stock is what has been built under the old law. So I make that reference of what was developed in the past. There is a special category of housing units that was funded under the 1937 Housing Act that we still need to include in our HUD still includes in the funding allocation, and there's special treatment identified in the regulations as to how we maintain those particular category of units. So we'll talk about that. So it's good to understand the past and what we're doing now. And then so under NAHASDA, the tribe, our Navajo tribe is the grant beneficiary of these funds for the people, the Navajo families and persons to receive assistance. And so the tribe in 1996, our Navajo tribe had to determine, and all tribes actually had to determine who the grant recipient is going to be for these funds. And so tribes then had an opportunity to determine who is going to be their tribally designated housing entity. That's another acronym, the TDHE. Okoko, our Navajo tribe went and selected the Navajo Housing Authority as their default tribal housing designated housing entity. So NHA has been that TDHE since the enactment of NAHASDA back in 1996. Now, the oversight of the TDHE is, again, the NHA Board of Commissioners, and then the oversight of the Board of Commissioners and the NHA organization is the Tribal Oversight Committee. And for us here at the Navajo Nation is the Resource and Development Committee. So that's the leadership in which we do our reporting to. So these block grant funds are provided to conduct and be used for eligible housing activities. So there are going to be certain activities that can only be funded under NAHASDA. And so we need to be aware of that, and I'll cover that in just a bit. And we call it the Indian Housing Block Grant Funds. It's a block of funds that will address operation and maintenance, modernization, rehabilitation, new construction, utilities. So it's one block grant. And so we don't compete for it. It's based on a formula. And so based on that, we are the largest tribal housing entity in the country. And we received the largest allocation because of that. And so just be aware, I'm sorry, I moved it along, I meant to move my cursor. The last point to this is that while we have these eligible housing activities, they are all captured as to what NHA is going to use the funds for in an annual Indian housing plan. So every year we submit that to HUD, and HUD determines compliance, whether it meets those eligible categories, and then provides funding. And so when we get an Indian housing plan approved by HUD or determined to be compliant by HUD, that's the sign of blessing to move forward with that, with the funds allocated by Congress. So we have 1 year, 12 months in which we would conduct and implement those housing activities. And the end of the year, the end of 12 months, every year, we put together an annual performance report of what got accomplished and what did not get accomplished. And so there are going to be those instances as to what we've done during the 12 years. So it's an accountability as to what's been done, how much has been spent. And that is a public report that's provided to our Navajo Nation as well as HUD. And so just be aware that that had been the process since 1998, when actually we got our first, tribes first received their Indian Housing Block Grant allocation per the Act of 1996. So these next two slides are really key in terms of the premise in which the HASDA was created. And so there were guiding principles that was established by tribes back when, and that included Navajo and the government, the U.S. Housing and Urban Development team. So we talked about what are going to be some guiding principles that we're going to base in developing these laws and this law and these regulations. So the first one was the federal government has a responsibility to promote the general welfare of Indian tribes. So that was the first observation that needed to be looked at. Secondly, there exists a unique relationship between the U.S. government and the governments of Indian tribes, and unique federal responsibility to Indian people. So for Navajo, we have that treaties. So we have treaties between tribes and the government. And so that needs to be looked at with respect to that specific tribe. Thirdly, the United States has undertaken the unique trust responsibility to protect and support Indian tribes and Indian people. So there is still that onus of that trust responsibility recognition. Fourth is the Congress has assumed a trust responsibility for the protection and preservation of Indian tribes, and for working with Indian tribes and their members to improve their housing conditions and socioeconomic status, so that they are able to take greater responsibility for their own economic condition. This fourth note, this fourth assertion is that that underscores why this law was created, to improve our housing conditions and all the socioeconomic condition of our tribal nation, and then to have greater responsibility. So there's that it's leading to the self-determination component of what we can do with this law. Not only are we to provide housing, but we can look at other ways, innovative ways in which we can address some of the unique situations that we face here on the Navajo reservation. So the last three assertions are going to be 5 is providing affordable homes in safe and healthy environments is an essential element in the special role of the United States in helping tribes and their tribal members. So part of this is safe and healthy. Those are key characteristics of how we should be looking at housing, and then looking at how we address all our housing conditions and needs on our reservation. We have 110 communities over 3 states. And so it really becomes challenging for us, because it's not going to be a cookie box recipe for a lot of our communities. Every community may have a different situation that may be occurring, and different, obviously, topography and different physical challenges with terrain in addressing housing, shania. So we want to be aware of that. Affordability then is the word here, affordable homes. A lot of our people don't have, we have a high unemployment rate here on Navajo tribe. So what does that mean in terms of affordable homes versus what Earl mentioned a while ago about the income level? So, and so we'll look at that in more detail. And then how does that impact our families with respect to some of the cost burdens that we look at? We have to travel far. A lot of our budget goes to gas just to transport ourselves, to buy food and groceries and go to the hospital and the like. So those are going to be some factors that we need to look at when we talk about affordability here on our reservation. Number 6 says the need for affordable homes and safe and healthy environments in Indian reservations that is acute, and that the federal government should work not only to provide housing assistance, but also to assist in the development of private housing finance mechanisms on Indian lands to achieve the goals of economic self-sufficiency and self-determination for Indian tribes. Now that says a lot, but that really is the basis for the fundamentals of what we do as a tribal housing entity, is to look at a development of private housing finance mechanisms. And I'll talk about some programs that HUD offers to allow that to happen. But we're not just limited to what HUD can provide. We can look at what states would offer, what other federal agencies have available. So there are opportunities that we really need to tap into. And so we'll look at that in just a bit too in this presentation. And then last but not least is this last one. Federal assistance to meet these responsibilities should be provided in a manner that recognizes the right of Indian self-determination and tribal self-governance, and making such assistance available to tribes under those authorities similar to like those tribes that are operating under Public Law 93-638 in contracts. So we want to look at ways of how can we take advantage of the self-determination component of NAHASDA. So with respect to the guiding principles. Now, once that baseline of observations and assertions are made between tribes and the federal government, NAHASDA was then created with these 5 objectives in mind. So now we're going to move to the law. So the NAHASDA law, section 201 of the NAHASDA Act, identifies these 5 areas in which our Indian housing plans and NHA as an organization's mission statement, vision statement will need to align with. And so the first one is to assist and promote affordable housing activities that develop, maintain, and operate affordable housing for occupancy by low-income Indian families. So that is the premise in which NHA has created their current housing policies, and we can talk more about what those housing policies are for NHA. Second is to ensure better access to private mortgage markets for tribes and individual tribal members. And so we want to be looking at housing assistance that not just renting, right? The ultimate goal is to own your own home on your own piece of land on our reservation. And so how can we do that to look at even private mortgage markets? You know, the outside world off our reservation, they have mortgages for a lot of homes that they purchase. And those mortgages then accrue equity. They accrue some value that you can use to tap off to maybe have your child go to college and the like. We don't have that same process here for a lot of our trust land. So those are some challenges that we want to look at. But we can then look at the outside world to see how we can help our families to participate in the private mortgage markets. And then it would be ideal to even create a private mortgage market within our boundaries of our reservation as well. So some innovation there, and to partner with other entities that could help us in that vein. Thirdly is to coordinate activities to provide housing with economic and community development. You know, there is this notion housing is economic development. You have opportunity to hire a labor force, opportunity to engage vendors. So it is a form of economic development. But anymore, when we talk about housing, community development, we need to start working together with the Tribal Economic Development Division and our Tribal Community Development Division for this next for this reason is this next factor I'm going to touch on, and that is to plan for and integrate infrastructure resources with housing development. And it's true, infrastructure, utility infrastructure becomes very necessary because you can't build a home without infrastructure. And so it really necessitates us to work together as a nation to incorporate any kind of business development in a community, any kind of community facilities in the community alongside housing development, because you're going to be sharing that same utility system for water, sewer, power, telecommunications, roadways. So anymore, we should be integrating our development plans at the local level. And that also starting and originating at the local level. So that's the intent of NHA, to work at the community level in addressing their housing needs and how we could utilize these Indian housing block grants to further that vision for our communities. Last but not least is to promote the development of private capital markets in Indian country. How can we help ourselves to really garner economic development and bring in other forms of revenue so that we can make these communities sustainable over the long term? So with respect to just this overview of where NAHASDA moves. So I want to talk about the block grant requirements. This is Title I of NAHASDA, just to get you the 10,000 foot level overview. Yeah. So what we actually, the essential elements that this housing entity, Navajo Housing Authority, provides. And from this, we weave this down to a lot of the agreements that we have either with sub-recipients or with our communities when we provide housing to the local level. There's 8 sections, and I know part of this may seem like a lot, but it's really good to just have this basic understanding. Section 1 talks about block grants, basically says annual IHBG grant funding to tribes and TDHU. So every year we're going to go through this process of collecting needs data so that we can put together that Indian housing plan, which is section 102. These Indian housing plans do need to be submitted to HUD every year, and it's based on their fiscal year cycles. Each tribe, they're all different. Our Navajo Housing Authority's fiscal cycle runs parallel to the federal fiscal cycle, which starts October 1 through September 30th of each year. And so because of that, the law prescribes, the regulations prescribe that we submit our Indian housing plan 75 days before the beginning of our fiscal year. So every year, NHA needs to submit their Indian housing plan approved through the oversight committee, approved by the president, signed by the president's office, and sent to HUD no later than July 18th of every year. So, and when you backtrack it from that deadline date to HUD, then it shows that we need to start this process this month to get your input and to present it to RDC, to the Board of Commissioners, to RDC then getting the president's signature. And as you all may or may not be aware, there are many legislative bills that our Navajo Nation Council receives, and a lot of work through the oversight committees. Of course, it's a more complex process to get that done, but we'd like to keep everyone in the know throughout that process. Section 103, the review of plans. So once we do get it to HUD, no later than July 18th, HUD then has a 60-day review, compliance review. So they say yay or nay with respect to whether or not that review of the IHP meets the rules of eligible activities. And if there are model activities, that they would approve that. And I'll talk about model activities in just a little bit. Those are like non-housing, non-residential type of activities like office buildings or daycare centers or student college housing and the like. So there are some areas that HUD would need specific approval for. And then section 104 is the treatment of program income and labor standards. These are other compliance rules, how we derive income from the use of these block grant dollars. And that would be rental payments that come in, home ownership payments that come in. And so there's certain rules and regs as to how we treat them and then account for them and utilize them. 105, environmental review. One of the major compliance with the use of these funds is environmental review. We need to make sure that we follow the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, and that there are environmental review requirements for various types of activities that are funded under the Indian Housing Plan. So HUD becomes involved in providing clearance, environmental clearance process before any dollars is spent, especially for construction. Anytime we want to be digging dirt, anytime we're going to be disturbing dirt for a lot of our construction related activities, there's a formal process we have to go through before we can even obligate and spend those dollars. And I'll talk about more about that in a little bit. 106 through 108 are just left for you to review in the law if you'd like to look at that. But there are amendments to NAHASA that are done through negotiated rulemaking, and so that's a formalized process in the event some laws need, or some regulations need to be changed. And NHA has gone. NAHASA has gone through that several times. There have been several amendments, and so whenever we say NAHASA, they want to identify as amended because there's been some amendments since it's been enacted in 1996. The effective date that NAHASA all started was October 1, 1997. So that was our federal fiscal year 1998. That's when we started for tribes. So Title I, basically, these are just some bullet points, 10,000 foot level notes. So this Indian Housing Block Grant process, the Congress every year appropriates Native American Housing Funds, the IHBG funds, each year for all tribes. Right now at the national level in DC, we're looking at Congress appropriating these dollars. We're dealing now with the, we're moving that, and they're moving now still with the continuing resolution that ends March 11th. So as we know, we have to watch the national scene. So we don't know what that looks like for the appropriations, but thus far they've always been able to get over those humps of continuing resolutions and not keep beneficiaries or recipients of these funds on lockdown. So that there's times when the government would shut down. So just be aware that that's the first step of this process of these funds coming down to tribal nations, and then for us as Navajo Nation. So once Congress does appropriate those funds for Native American housing program through the IHBG funds allocation, they send it off to the federal oversight agencies. And in this case, it would go to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD as we call them. HUD then takes these appropriated dollars and allocates them to tribes based on the formula. And I'll touch base on the formula in just a bit, and sends these allocations to grant recipients. And because NHA is the TDHE for the Navajo Nation, we are the grant recipient. And so there is a formula in which that's allocated to tribes. So as the grant recipient, NHA draws down these funds from the U.S. Department of Treasury line of credit control system. So the federal banking system is through the U.S. Department of Treasury. So Treasury has a system called line of credit control system. That's where our funds are kept at. And it's not in NHA's bank accounts. It's given to Treasury, and Treasury holds and allocates that for all tribes. And the way we would pay for expenses that are in our Indian Housing Plan is we would do electronic funds transfer request based on supporting documentation. So all of that has control measures in terms of how we draw down those funds and how we would pay vendors or pay sub-recipients and the like. And they all have to be based on eligible housing activities. So again, just to reiterate, the grant beneficiary is our tribe, and the grant recipient is tribe's TDHE. And some tribes, I'll say, have elected to be the recipient themselves. So those tribes have created a tribal housing department. So they don't have a TDHE, and they have all of that in-house. And they're subjecting themselves to single audits if that's the case of the entire tribal funds. So that's Title I in essence. Now, Title I, Section 101. Now I'm going to get into Section 102 and 103, the Indian Housing Plan. Just real highlights of this is that the Indian Housing Plan, and if you look at this, there is a statement of housing needs. And so that needs to be identified. I know that when I was with NHA back in 2007 through 2017, so I've been here previously for 10 years. One of the things we first did was to do a housing needs assessment. That's available on NHA's website. We conducted and concluded that determination in August of 2011. EDA showed that we had a need of 34,100 new homes for our people. Moving forward, that was about 10 years ago. That does need to be updated, and we are looking to communities to help update their housing needs for the respective communities. And so we'll work in partnership to update those numbers from that statement of housing needs. Then you have planned activity descriptions in the Indian Housing Plan of what we're going to be doing, how much we anticipate to spend for those activities. The planned outputs and expected outcomes are all identified in the IHP. Financial sources and uses of funds, including any leverage resources. I'll talk about those leverage resources too, that we really need to take advantage of more so than ever, given the cost of inflation and everything happening that the pandemic impacted in our lives as of late. Certificate of compliance, I'll talk about that. I'm going to make sure that, again, these federal dollars do come with compliance rules. And so there are some requirements that they like to see that needs to be certified every year. Tribal certification statements are some things on behalf of the tribe that need to be certified as well. I mentioned the 75 days before the beginning of the fiscal year. So July 18th is the date in which we need to get this to HUD, or we forfeit that allocation. So it's very important for us to submit it on time. And then HUD then has 60 days to review the compliance. Section 105, high environmental reviews. Just want to highlight this a little bit. Again, NEPA falls into play. This is another federal law that we need to comply with because of the rules that the government has placed on federal dollars. So it's not just NAHASA, it's all federal dollars that NEPA has an overview of in terms of environmental review, determinations and documentation. But tribes have two options. Either they can do this under Part 50 or 24 CFR, or HUD can come in and do it, or we can elect to do it under Part 58, which we can do. And so because we have the capacity, we elect to do Part 58 under our tribe and then within NHA. So we need to follow the NEPA rules with respect to exempt activities, categorically excluded activities, or those activities that need environmental assessments, and then even environmental impact studies. So just depending on what is being considered, a lot of ours for construction would be under the environmental assessment and getting a finding of no significant impact, or where there are impact, what are some mitigation measures we're going to be following. So all of that would have to be done with an environmental review record to the file. And when we're going to do ground disturbance, we normally have to involve HUD to review that environmental assessment and get their blessing and release of funds authorized. And only then can we then get into construction of obligating and spending those dollars. So this is a real important part of compliance with the use of these funds. Title II, affordable housing activities. Now, this is where I think a lot of you would want to know what are those affordable housing activities? What are eligible activities, right? So we talked about the national objectives and eligible families. We're going to talk about the affordable housing activities, what you can do and can't do, and what are some baseline program requirements of TDHEs. And then we'll talk about lease requirements and tenant selection. The rest I'll leave to you all to review. So those that are in bold here is what we will cover, because those are the more practical points to know and to understand. The rest are, I'll leave to your leisure to read, but has no real impact or practical application at the local level. Something internal we need to be mindful of just the same. So Title II, here's when we talk about eligible families. Earl mentioned earlier about the primary recipient of these funds are low-income Indian families, and that's how the law was created. Because they are underserved population of tribal nations. And so those are persons with income 80% of area median income, AMI, another acronym. And I'll show you in just a little bit what Earl was portraying earlier in total as to what we have to follow. So the families that we need to look at for is income eligible basis, eligibility basis for how we serve people. So this is issued by HUD annually, and we'll look at an example of one in just a bit. The incomes have to be verified. And one rule at the statutory level is that these housing payments should never exceed 30% of a family's adjusted monthly income. So across the board, that's a rule. That was a rule too under the U.S. Housing Act of 1937, and still is held to that. But you know, if you look out, if you probably have some family members that are living in the metro cities, and you actually looked at their income, they're paying about 50%, almost half of their adjusted monthly income to housing. So this is a rule that we don't exceed it over 30% for the affordability provisions. But NHA has been more lenient in that regard, and I'll identify that in just a little bit as to how we're affording it below the 30% threshold. And then there's preference for tribal members, Navajo tribal members, then other Indian families that are living in our reservation. And then NHA too, in its eligibility, occupancy, and admissions policy, that you can look at other preferences like for elderly, disabled, veterans, and the like. So we do have those eligible preference in our application process. The exceptions to low income, because there's no private housing market on our reservation. Thankfully, we can look at assisting some non-low income, though we have to be aware of certain conditions in which HUD would allow for that. So the non-low income is going to be those families that make income between 80 and 100% of AMI, right? It's above the 80% income limit. But that can't be no more than 10% of our Indian housing plan. So our Indian housing plan dollars that we project for the 12-month year of assistance, that we can only allocate no more than 10% of those funds. So 90% of those funds really is to help serve the low income, because that's what our statistics show in that housing needs assessment, that a lot of our non-low income families need housing. But we have some 2-earner income families on our reservation that bump up over the 80%. That may need consideration in that regard, and so there's some opportunity to look at that. The second bullet is if they make more than over 100%, HUD needs to review that in depth, and HUD could approve that. To this day, I'm not aware of HUD approving any over 100%, but because the demand is for a lot of our people that make well under the 80%. Now, there are the other last exception is that income is not an eligibility criteria for what we would deem essential families. A lot of our doctors, nurses, firefighters, people that we deem as professionals that we really need on our reservation, those are considered essential families, and there's a separate qualification for them. We still need to get their application. We still need to vet them for credit and the like, but they are essential families, and they're not, and if we list them in our essential families policy, which NHA does have, we want to make sure that we follow that and provide the documentation to HUD for providing assistance to that category of families. And the other special exception is law enforcement officers, that we don't have to look at their income, but we have an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with our law enforcement agency here on our Navajo reservation that we can look at to help and work in partnership with them to help us offset, give them housing, they can give us services in our communities. And so we have that type of relationship as to how we can assist and provide housing for law enforcement officers. And there are some little caveats to the statute and regulations that we can look and work with your communities to help meet housing needs in these categories. So here's the income limits is that, I don't see the chart here. What happened? Here we go. It was a little slow. So here's right now, the area median income for an Indian area, here's the definition, is the greater of the median income for the counties or their equivalent in the Indian area in your communities, or the national median income for the United States. And so HUD publishes the national median incomes. It's issued to us through HUD's public and Indian housing notices. The latest notice we received is 2021-01, and in that notice, the median family income is $79,900. This is nationally. If we were to look at our Navajo Nation, if we had statistics and kept up with a lot of the statistics for income, I think we would have a different median family income. But this is what we work with. A lot of tribes also utilize this. So for an 80%, so we can't, families can make, for a one-person family, right, a single person living by themselves, if they have an income of $44,744 or less, then that person is eligible to participate and receive housing assistance under NAHASDA. Similarly, if you have like maybe a man and wife living together, that their combined incomes or the income can be no more than $51,136 or less. And so that's how you read this chart. And this is how, when you come to NHA and apply, they provide an application to identify their income, how much they make on annual income. And these are the criteria in which HUD would evaluate and monitor the recipients to comply with these rules. So you have a 3-person, 4-person, 5-person, and so forth. And actually can go up higher, and there's a formula beyond the 8-person. But a lot of our families are multi-generational, and they all live in one overcrowded home sometimes, and sometimes that can impact this. And so we want to be able to analyze this even further to see what is more fair for our families because of the unique housing constraints that we're under, because there's no private housing market on our reservation to the extent of providing, opportunities for other forms of housing assistance. Now, 100%, remember I talk about the non-low income families. So you have some families that, like for a 1-person individual, this person, in this case, maybe he's making 50,000. So they're not 80% or below, they're not low income according to this income limit, but they're also not over 100%. So they're a non-low income making between 80 and 100%. We can assist them provided that we have in our Indian housing plan, monies allocated to assist those that are non-low income. They just miss the threshold by just a bit, and that they still need housing and have no housing. So we have those types of policies right now in NHA's policy. Over 100% means that single person, getting back to that 1-person example, as that any person making above 55,930, we cannot assist until we provide documentation to HUD, and HUD can make that case-by-case approval in that instance. So this is really the basis in which HUD conducts their monitoring reviews, and how independent auditors would evaluate NHA's policy that conform with this requirement. So so you can start looking at some of these scenarios for your community members going forward. So that would be the HUD income limits. Moving to eligible housing activities under Title II, Section 202 of NAHASDA. So these next 2 slides really shows some of the eligible categories. So when you look at your proposal that you want to submit to NHA, be aware of these eligible activities. And so if your proposal meets this, it would be considered eligible. Indian housing assistance, this is really for NHA. We're operating, maintaining, and modernizing a lot of our 1937 housing acts. So part of our dollars by formula are to be diverted to assist these 37 act units back when, that we still have in our housing stock portfolio. And so we have that. Development, this category of development could be new construction, reconstruction, demo and rebuild, moderate or substantial rehabilitation, real property acquisition where you're going to purchase existing housing, site improvements. There's some things you need to do to improve the sites, perhaps to deter flood washes and the like. Development and improved infrastructure and utility services. Conversions, maybe converting a non-residential to a residential and what have you. Demolition Energy efficiencies we can use to pay. Mold remediation and other related activities would be considered development. Housing services would be, as Nellie mentioned earlier, these are going to be those entities or communities that need housing counseling, establishment support of resident organizations, resident management corporations. There's an opportunity for resident organizations to become incorporated and be a corporation. The conduct of energy audits, resident self-sufficiency, and other related services would be housing services. This next bullet, housing management services, is internal to NHA or Indian housing entities. Is rental and homeownership applications, where we actually are taking rental applications, homeownership applications, processing them, determining, selecting tenants and selecting home buyers, conducting unit inspections, and O&M of Nahasa developed units. Crime prevention and safety activities. This is in any community looking at safety, security, law enforcement activities to protect residents. This is like law enforcement patrolling our development sites. We can look at that. Model activities are activities under model programs like daycare centers, college student housing, warehouse buildings, and the like. These are a special category of eligible activities that need HUD approval. So HUD would have to review this in the Indian Housing Plan and do more assessment and determine whether or not we can do that. And based on their approval, we would move forward with that. Then there's reserve accounts, there's deposit grant amounts. So a lot of smaller housing entities across the nation, they don't have enough to even do construction. So they're allowed to put part of their Nahasa funds in reserve accounts until they can build up enough to build homes and do development. So that really is what that would be. So that's basically it in a nutshell for eligible housing activities. So come back to this, look at your proposal and see where this fits in your category of submittal for funding request. So this is just a quick overview of Nahasa activities. So just to give you just some idea of eligible and ineligible. So we have some proposals that may be submitting under development and housing services. This could be acquiring and purchasing existing housing to be used for home buyers. This could be creating down payment and closing costs and direct lending assistance programs for potential clients. Self-sufficiency for residents, that we can create resident organizations. Child care and transport subsidies, job training are some of those avenues for resident self-sufficiency for existing communities. Receiving assistance already from NHA. Housing management services, this is staff providing tenant selection and inspection or loan processing. Crime prevention and safety, and here in this case, there's a fencing we want to do. We want to provide in some security lights or street lighting or speed humps in the communities. Those are some examples. Model activities, daycare centers, we've done that. NHA has done that in the past. I also built some student housing in the past, and then office building retrofits, like to meet accessibility, widening doorways, doing site accessibility from the parking lot to the house, to the office building and so forth. So those are like some model activities. Now, what's ineligible, I just want to get an idea that, say like in your proposal, you want to serve non-low income families over 100%. So that would not be considered eligible as something that HUD would have to approve beforehand. Housing management services, maybe you're looking at selecting applicants and participants without using a wait list. You're not following the policy to make sure that first come, first serve on the wait list is maintained. Crime prevention, we can't duplicate another agency's services. So in this case, we can't procure police vehicles or weapons that the tribal police department uses. Just an example. Model activities to be using the IHBG for the development of tribal administrative facilities. Things are just off, tribal offices and spaces and tribal operating programs we cannot fund using the HOSTA because that would be duplication of services. So that's an example just to give you some idea. Real quickly, Section 203, then the HOSTA program requirements. These are the 7 basic program requirements. Rent and home buyer policies we need to maintain as the TDHE, and that these do not exceed 30%, right? So I mentioned earlier, NHA's rental policy right now is set at no more than 20% of their annual adjusted income, well below the 30%. And the home ownership policy is set now at 15% of their adjusted annual income. So those are some lower thresholds that we have for our people. Maintenance policy, we up that, just goes without questioning. We need to have maintenance policy for existing housing stock, insurance coverage for our operations, eligibility admissions and occupancy policy we need to have for families that we're going to assist, that and everyone would have access to these policies too, so that you know how we're operating internally and what the criteria is for eligibility, admission, and occupancy. And then general management policies as an organization these are standard practices for personnel, grievance, procurement, ethics and conduct, financial management, so forth. And then we have the carryover provision under this section of IHBG grant funds that may not have been fully expended in the 12-month period, or the project has not been completed and we need to move it to the next year to finish out. We have that, NAHASA allows for that authority to happen. And then the minimus exemption for goods and services under 5,000. There's no competitive procurement for anything that we procure under 5,000. Grant allocation funds. So every year I mentioned IHBG funds are allocated to tribes. The formula, if you actually were going to look at this, you could look at Appendix A of the regulations at 24 Part 1000. It's a huge formula. But just the same, they're based on a formula that's based on the number of 1937 ag rental units we have in our housing stock. We have the number of the initial home ownership units not conveyed. So those are some dollars tied to every tribe's housing stock portfolio. So it's more in depth in terms of the allocation formula, but that's how every year NHA would receive funding on behalf of the Navajo tribe. Almost getting there. Title IV, like I mentioned earlier, every federal dollar has a compliance string, right? And we have to report to the federal government accordingly. So there's a provision under Title IV for compliance audits and reports. So just real quickly, compliance is meeting with all the rules and regulations of the law and the regulations. And so when we find we're not following that, we are in the mode of non-compliance. And HUD does come out every year to NHA to do monitoring reviews. It kind of got suspended because of the pandemic just more recently. But now, you know, as we overcome that, hopefully they'll be back on site to conduct these annually. But in the event of some non-compliance that we're not following, they can terminate the IHBG payments to the TDHE or reduce the IHBG payments, or limit our access to the line of credit control system. And in the real severe sanctions, they can replace the TDHE. So the government, federal government has that prerogative. And then there's opportunities for hearing in the event that we remain non-compliant. And then monitoring is done every year. And then we do a self-monitoring too. There's a requirement to do self-monitoring. And in the annual performance report that is issued every year, we report out that self-monitoring. So when we self-monitor ourselves, self-evaluate ourselves as an organization, we have to report that in our annual performance report. And that report is available to the public, to you all, if you ever want to review that. So for last year, that should be there, and you can look at the entire report. These APRs are public, to be made publicly available, tongue twister. We submitted to HUD, the Secretary of HUD, and they go out to review these APRs. The General Government Accounting Office also has full access to all our records and files. That's what this law is saying, that GAO has that prerogative to do at any point in time. And then HUD reports the progress of our NAHASDA program annually to Congress, and that report to Congress is also to be made publicly available from HUD. Last but not least is Title VI. We talked about federal guarantees for financing, right? So also known as the Title VI loan. So this part of the NAHASDA does allow for the federal government, HUD, to guarantee this loan and under these provisions, Section 601 to Section 606. So there are some loan terms and limits that talks about the authority, the borrower capacity. This is like NHA being the borrower on this Title VI loan. And HUD would, we could look at a repayment pledge guaranteed by the United States. And it's up to 95% of the loan limit. And I'll show an example in just a bit what we could do from NHA under this provision under NAHASDA. Repayment, HUD guarantees a repayment of the principal and interest to the lender, right? So we can go to a participating lender to borrow so much to do housing, or one of the eligible activities, and HUD will guarantee that note to that lender up to 95%. There's training here on the Title VI loan training. HUD provides that under Section 604 when we request it. And annually, there's a limitation of these guarantees every year, and it's all based on appropriations, and HUD would identify how much they are going to be guaranteeing for the upcoming year. Again, this all was effectuated under NAHASDA October 1 of 97. So here's an example. It's called the HUD Title VI Loan Guarantee Program. So NHA, as the grant recipient, as other tribes and their grant recipients, are eligible to work under this program. And I'll talk about other leverage funding sources. So under the HUD Title VI Loan Guarantee Program, we can ask for a loan up to 5 times of our tribe's need component. And so the need component right now for NHA is about 50 million. So this is an avenue that we want to look at once we get a really good view of what the needs are and updating the housing needs assessment. So this is an area not attempted by NHA in the past, something we should be looking at. 95% of that loan is guaranteed by HUD to lenders. So that reduces the risk for lenders to provide that loan. 20-year loan notes, and then we can pledge repayment from the IHB, future IHBG payments. So that needs to be something considered by the leadership. And you have qualified Title VI loan lenders that are participating in the program right now. But aside the HUD Title VI, there are other sources of funding. There's a HUD Section 184 mortgage loan guarantee program. So tribes can now still participate under this program directly with HUD, or NHA as the grant recipient could be the borrower on each of these mortgage notes. And so we can look at that too. I've done that in my consulting, past life as a consultant with other tribes very successfully. We built 300 homes for one tribe using this instrument. U.S. Treasury has an IRS program called the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program, where you're looking at investors coming in so that they can take a credit on their business, but at the same time provide housing opportunities for underserved communities like Indian nations. And so a lot of tribes have taken advantage of this. This is something we want to look at and participate in. USDA rural development, state infrastructure finance agencies, we want to work with these agencies to help with needs to build housing. And what's the real barrier for us right now? One of the barriers, I should say, is utility infrastructure. We all know that nationally there is an infrastructure bill being considered by Congress for a lot of communities, but these systems have aged, right? And especially for the utility systems on our reservation, they are maxed out in a lot of communities. And so you can't tap on until you bring in, either expand that system or bring in new system installations so that we can have water and wastewater capacities in the communities. And so electrical power as well, and then telecommunications and broadband, that all of the above is what we need to have a really good assessment in preparation for that infrastructure bill. But there's other state infrastructure finance agencies that we can partner with, and so that's a goal of this new administration here at NHA. Indian Health Service, under the sanitation deficiency systems process for water and sewer, they still offer that. And then we can get into, because of self-determination, other private financing. We can do bond financing, tax-exempt bond financing, or taxable bond financing. We can look at philanthropies and private foundations and really network. For the very first time, we've got some highlights shed on Navajo because of the pandemic, and people are wanting to help to come to our reservation to assist. So I think forging and forming those partnerships will be very fruitful for us at this point in time, and taking advantage of that opportunity. One caveat though, when you are going to be looking at other sources, bringing in other revenue, you have to meet the compliance rules from those other funding sources. So if you want to work with tax credit, we need to understand the tax credit and what are the compliance rules under that piece of federal rules and regs. And then sometimes there's conflict between the two federal programs. So we want to go with the stricter compliance. That way you're in compliance with either other of the funding sources. And then these funding sources may also impact housing services provisions. And so we want to make sure we understand what we're getting ourselves into when we start talking about using other federal agency funds, and that we're not conflicting or unintentionally imposing stricter requirements upon our families. And then in some cases, we prorate for mixed finance developments. Anymore, we want to serve the very low income to maybe the highest income and offset some of the subsidies we need for the low income using housing payments received from non-low income families. So those are variations and which we can start looking at in our communities. And I know that since time beginning, a lot of the communities are being more progressive. So we want to be working and be in your community very soon to see what land you have withdrawn, what are your needs in terms of income ranges and housing assistance, even for our disabled and our veterans, how are we looking at, and our seniors, how are we reaching out to assist in those categories. And so I think this is a new year coming and emerging out of the pandemic, we hope, that we can work together and be of more service to you than ever before. This is ultimately the last two slides, okay? So while we have in the House that there are federal laws that we also need to be mindful, just be aware that we have to internally make sure that we follow these laws. So non-discrimination laws are the Age Discrimination Act of 1975. We can't discriminate based on age in providing assistance. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 is to help all of our accessible, this has to do with accessibility and making sure that we are providing reasonable accommodations for all our hearing impaired, vision impaired, and hearing impaired, vision impaired, and mobile impaired. So a lot of the services that we offer in our office buildings, that we are being mindful of this piece of law, plus the American with Disabilities Act, as they may be more advantageous in making sure that we're maximizing that and extending services to our families that need that. Indian Civil Rights Act, including Title 6 and 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. The Uniform Relocation Assistance, which means, and Real Property Acquisition Act of 1970. This is any time that we're doing some major modernization work, we need to move our families out of that unit, fix it all up, and bring them back to the unit. We're going to displace them temporarily. There's got to be some use of the HOSTA funds for that temporary relocation. Or if we're going to be purchasing existing housing units, that there are some processes we need to follow under this piece of law. And then Davis-Bacon Act, a lot of labor standards requirement on payment of wages to laborers and certain craftsmen in this piece of law that we need to work with the U.S. Department of Labor in reporting as well. NEPA, I mentioned earlier, the National Environmental Policy Act. The Flood Disaster Protection Act, making sure that we are not building in flood zones, though we have communities where we're built in flood zones, right? Not just housing, but the community in general. What are some ways that we can mitigate some of that too? We want to be looking at. Lead-based paint poisoning prevention act. Hopefully there's no more use of lead-based paint, but we need to be mindful of that. The Uniform Administrative Act too, consolidating a lot of the uniform administrative requirements as it pertains to cost principles, single audits, and the like. Some of those things that we need to be mindful of and incorporating in our policies as the TDA chief of the tribe for the use of federal dollars and federal awards. So, with respect to how we are administering NAHASDA, and I hope that gives you a glimpse of the reasons why NHA has policies and the manner in which they were created, and implementing that. Everything is always subject to continuous improvement, and so we'll be looking at these policies to see how we can streamline this. And we're also meeting with our leadership to see how we can streamline even under the rules and regulations of our tribal government. And so we hope to be of more opportunity to you, of a more quicker access and service to you too going forward with this. So in terms of questions and answer session. Ms. Gilmore or Christian, I'll hand that back to you. Thank you.
I think I was muted. Any questions from the audience? Slideshow. I think they all left. With that, I
They should
guess.
be all muted. I mean, all unmuted, so. That's some here.
Okay, I'm back. I lost you all. I'm back. If there's any questions.
Sorry. Are there any questions for Ms. Yazzie from the audience? If not,
Hello.
hello, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Todd Francis, and I'm actually enrolled at Chinle chapter, but I decided to listen in today. And I just wanted to know if NHA is planning to consider down payment assistance for enrolled tribal members in the urban areas. I think most of you know that the cost of housing is really extremely expensive right now, given just the economic situation here in Phoenix, where I live, and I'm sure it's the same way in Albuquerque and probably Utah as well. And NHA has funded a program, a down payment program here in Phoenix back in 2006, and we were able to put 20 Navajo families into homes. At that time, I think the homes were about 200,000. And those 20 Navajo families now probably have about 200,000 in equity. So it's a great investment for very little leverage. These families each received about $10,000 in down payment assistance. And it's just a way to quickly, remediate the housing situation for enrolled tribal members, who live off res because they have to. It's, the economic conditions require a lot of us to leave the res to find housing and jobs, but we stay connected to families back home and assist them financially. And so I just wanted to know if there was a plan to make more of that happen for the urban tribal members. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd, for that question. And Nellie, if I could, yes, I think we're now under the new administration. We want to look at the entire effect, especially in light of the pandemic, what that's caused. And so there's some anomalies that are happening more than what we had seen before. And so we are in that assessment period to see what that entire housing needs outlook looks like, not only on the reservation, but all of our urban centers. For example, we are looking at the Department of Treasury's emergency rental assistance program for the entire nation where our families are living that are impacted because of the pandemic and the like. And so I would say, yes, we can look at some successful programs from the past and seeing what those needs are for in the urban communities. But it's also then partnering with entities to help us do that. Okay, sorry, I think I got muted somehow. But we want to look at those programs once again, and we're reassessing what that need is looking at the impacts and seeing how we can make our families whole and to assist. And you are right that the equity, the leverage there just cannot be met without looking at some type of assistance to our families who need them. So thank you for that input. We certainly are taking all ideas and seeing what we can do to stretch the dollar of Nahasda from all ranges of income to assist our families, with the focus certainly with those that are underserved. But how can we leverage with external partners to really make a dent in providing and maximizing housing services to all our families throughout the country where they all are living. So thank you for that. Hearing none, I'll hand this now back to you, Nellie. Thank you. Ms. Gilmore.
I'm sorry. I'd like to introduce Ms. Maureen Curley, if she's still on the line, just to say a few words. I know that she had technical difficulties with logging on as well. So Ms. Curley, may you please your introduction, state your introduction. Thank you. She's still having problems. Is she muted? No. Okay, I guess maybe not today, tomorrow, that's in the Babiga. So with that, are there any other questions? It's 11 o'clock, 11:01. So with that, Ms. Yazi, thank you for your presentation.
That one, I don't know if you want to.
Okay. There are several questions and go ahead.
You're asking for questions? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Sherry and I am a homeowner under the Veterans Program.
Let's take that video down. There's nothing there. Huh? There's nothing there. Oh. Do the video. Do the video.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, we're here.
Okay, so my question is, what, considering the ARPA funding, are there any proposals, legislation, requests, plans for homeowners that live in veteran housing? That's my question.
Thank you for that question. Yes, Navajo Housing Authority just recently submitted their ARPA Indian Housing Plan to HUD office last week. So in that grant proposal, we did propose some funds to assist Navajo veterans with housing, renovations, housing rehab. That's the only activity that we're requesting funding for. It could, if further consideration can be given by management, we may be able to assist with new housing. So, yes, the answer to your question is yes. We have upcoming funds available for under ARPA for Navajo veterans. Any other questions?
Maureen was going to get on, because I saw.
Hey, Nellie,
Yes.
I was finally able to get on AJ's system.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead. You have the floor.
Want me to share?
Oh, no, yeah, I think I can.
Okay, ja, I'm sorry, this is Maureen Curley. I'm the new CEO for NHA. I'm sorry I was not able to, I'm sorry I wasn't able to get on the webinar earlier, simply because I had other appointments or other things that needed to my quick attention to. But my name is Maureen Curley. Kia anin shlon de betlishin bashes chin. Trabahadish masan go halawati edishanale. But I is son in shle. I guess in a shade a Shijanle Tessa under Biaho, Shimai Church il Trate Biaho, Shea Yan Salt Lake Molly Trate, Adishiaho, is son in shle. So I'm really, I've been listening to the webinar on my system all morning, and I'm really happy that the information that you're receiving is basically the information that we need to relay out to the general public in regards to the upcoming 2023 Indian Housing Plan. I'm really thankful for the staff for being able to do this webinar. And I do hope that if you have other questions, please email them to us. If you think about other questions after the webinar is over, do send them to us. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get on earlier, but do know that I am listening, and my staff and I will be putting the entire plan together with the comments and the questions that we received from this webinar, the 5-day webinar. It's going to be very informative, so I hope you are asking as many questions as you possibly can to understand what the Indian Housing Plan is about. I understand that the Indian Housing Plan in this forum has not been done for the past 4 or 5 years, so this is a first for us. So if you could just bear with us with the technical difficulties and all the other things that come together when you're doing a virtual webinar. But do know that we are thinking about all of our Navajo participants out there, and also with the Navajo people. Our main goal for NHA is to be able to help as many Navajo families as we possibly can to provide homes for them. One of the things that I'm pushing here at NHA is that we need to be able to work with our community stakeholders and also our chapter houses and council delegates in partnering with other enterprises so that we can be able to get more services out to them in the forms of building houses and building communities. So please bear with us as we get through this first webinar of any sort, and hopefully that we can be able to get better at this as we move along. I thank each and every one of you that are listening. Again, if you have any questions and you can't answer or you can't ask today on the webinar, do send us an email with your questions. Thank you very much and have a great day.
There's a follow-up email later.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curley, for that nice introduction. I do want to go to one question that was from Non-Discrimination Chapter by Percy Anderson. I think Dwayne and Ernest are on the line or are on the webinar. The question is the Non-Discrimination Chapter's proposed housing development project Rocky View Valley part of the NHA's 5-year plan coming up for pre-planning for survey, clearance, and other feasibility studies for the 40-acre withdrawal? Mr. Waseda, may you please provide your response to Mr. Anderson? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. This is Dwayne Waseda of Navajo Housing Authority. That was going to be part of our presentation later this afternoon with the planning aspects of what's we're doing with the chapter profiles and community. So Manolito is part of our evaluations of possible sites. So we'll give you more detail in terms of the status, but it is part of this evaluation presentation that we're doing in terms of housing developments for the Navajo Nation. So they are part of the consultation aspects of what we're doing, trying to determine that the feasibility of that property is feasible for housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Percy, are you still on the line? I think he left, right?
See him on it.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, this is Erlene Henderson from Pablo Pintado. We're working with Lavon Yazzie also for NHA housing, 60 acres go. And I believe we're under five years plan too also. And I have the same question, same as Percy Anderson. But your presentation will be until this afternoon. Okay, I'll just wait then.
That's correct.
Okay, hopefully our chapter is on the list. Thank you.
Your chapter is on the list, ma'am.
Yay, praise the Lord.
How many people do we have on the call?
There's 9.
Currently, we have nine chapter officials on the line. So Dwayne, I have a question. I think because we don't have other questions, you may have time to present yours if you're ready.
Currently not. I'm trying to get everything set up to be uploaded.
Okay. So we'll give you about what, 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes? We can take a break. Maybe take a 10-minute break for everyone.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Yes, what is the email to where we can send our questions as well?
Okay, send it to me. I'm Nellie Gilmore, Grants Manager. It's in Gilmore@hawan.org. Hawan is spelled HOOGHAN as in Nancy.org.
Thank you so much.
So we can take.
Ms. Gilmore, I'm probably going to need access to the screen so I can upload the presentation.
Okay.
Dwayne, did you get the invite to be a presenter? Oh, you did. Okay.
Is that up on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon or good morning. It's 11:15. I have on part of my code presentation, I have Mr. Ernest Franklin too, which will be assisting in terms of some of the areas. But my name is Dwayne Wasita. I've been with the Housing Authority for about 18 years, going 19 or so. Background is environmental archaeology with restoration. So the presentation that I'm provide is the new development process in terms of housing, and how does affect the overall housing development. With Navajo Nation, it's a unique area for development because Navajo Nation has a lot of their own regulatory laws that are in place too that add to the overall length of land acquisitions, transfers, right-of-ways. So I'm going to go through this process of what we've worked with and some of the initiatives that we have undertaken for Housing Authority. So Ernest, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning, everyone. She, Atawda St. Cherry, Ernest Franklin Jr., Stanley, Bas Ate, Twin Lakes, New Mexico, Arashi Hasli, Arokia Ani, Inchino, Nakai, Nebas Chain. So, okay, that's another door, Kudicini, it was a check. Or NHAA Ajabanash, Division Director for Development and Construction Services, yeah. With the Ashina Atawda St. So, yeah, for everybody. Well, I'll be available for asking questions and probably intervening every once in a while on the presentation that Mr. Waseda will be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. All right. The process that I'm presenting here is for the 2023 from the Indian Housing Plan. So giving you, provide a little bit of overview. Housing Authority has two different types of housing sources currently. We have some 1937s that were created in the early the early 70s through the 80s. These are units that are either in public rental or home ownerships. These are a lot of the units that are beyond the 20-year threshold. And we have the NAHASDA units that we have in place. In terms of the housing stock between the 1937 for what we have in terms of everything, we have a little over 8,000 units between public rental, home ownership. And these ones are a collective of 1937 public rental and the HOSDA units, and then home ownerships and of 1937 and the HOSDA. We roughly have about 29, we have roughly 29 administrative facilities across the reservation that we have under the organization. Part of the area here, earlier presentation from Ms. Shiazi, we talked about out in the Indian Housing Plan, the eligible funding activities. This was just some of the areas that we oversee, kind of a snapshot for the Indian housing assistance. We have the subsidies for rentals and utilities. A lot of our heavily subsidies is that out of our public rentals, we have roughly about a little over 1,250 units that are in a zero rent, which NHA pays for the utility for the individuals, cover the rent, cover the trash collection and everything. And that's a large amount of assistance that we provide with the public rental units that we have. Part of the housing programs we have too is the home ownership down payment assistance that are going through, say like we're going through a scattered site. There's assistance program through there that we help individuals. The other area of is the development land acquisition. This is one of the part of the presentations that we've been doing for the last roughly about 10 years heavily with chapters, looking at the feasibility of land for development, the design and construction, modernization, rehabilitation, housing services, residential services. In the early states of NAHASDA and the 1937, those residential organizations which we work with, some of those organizations have ceased, and so we help through some of the program of housing services for the residents, the housing management services, the crime prevention, and the model activities. So I'll the housing programs that we currently work with is the mutual help, which are coming up to age of being closed out. We have part of the in-house, the HOSDA portion of it, the in-house and financing for home ownerships, public rental, low income. And this is one of the things that I know the questions over the years, is NHA able to help higher income individuals? Well, that's one program that we've been shooting for to establish, but we haven't really got the program in, on that foundation, but we're building that foundation to look at options with partnerships. That's what Ms. Yazi mentioned in her early presentation. Also with the public rentals, we have the Section 8 voucher program, which provides assistance for individuals across our service areas within NHA. And I know that the last presentation, everything that we based on in terms of housing need, we look at the base medium income. I know that everybody's question, is there a way to take get away from the income-based requirements? And this is an area that we are looking at to how do we deliver more housing to individuals who have that opportunity to pay. But the medium income base here, highlighted in the yellow aspects of it, it gives you the thresholds, say a family of 5, the areas that a little over $70,000 after we start doing the deductions. So there's a big opportunity for individuals still qualify for housing based on the income requirements that Housing Authority has, and that we have to follow with the HUD guidance that's provided as these federal programs. if there's areas of getting away from the federal program requirements and looking at other areas of lending, that's an opportunity that we want to tap into to assist individuals more based on the economics of what the reservation has for all of the individuals who want to own homes or rent across the reservation. I know one of the things that they talk about over the years, and this is always the questions that come up, how is my monthly payment calculated? Well, a family of five with one earner income of 25,000. What happens is that we take that gross annual income, and this is for public rental and home ownership, and then we perform the deductions for the children, the work, travel to work, utility allowances. Once we have a deduction, say $2,700, then we have the adjusted income for the qualifications of the MIA. Once we have the adjusted income, we do the 20% adjusted income level times that, and it computes the annual rental, what a person can afford using their 20% adjusted income. Then we divide that by 12, and that comes up with the actual calculated rental. So a family of five earning $25,000 have a rental or house payment between $270, $78 to maybe $370. The big variances of adjusted. It's all depending on how much subsidies or the deductions that we are provided during the calculation of their available funds to participate in the program. In this next slide that we have is the housing timeline for new housing development. As we look at the presentation, I mean, people say over the years since I've been with housing, why does it take so long? Well, the most challenging areas is the identifying the feasible lands. It varies, the land withdrawal process, and then identifying in the housing plan monies to secure for monies for design and construction. So land feasibility varies, going through utility commitments, utility infrastructure analysis, soils, looking at what is out there, and then the access aspects of it. And its averages run about 2 to 8 months to get through this process. The land withdrawal process is averaging between 6 months to a year. Once we go through the requirements in terms of environmental archaeology, if it's land right-of-ways, roadway access. Sometimes when we get into the areas where we have to hit multi-different land status, say there's a little bit of allotment tied to a tribal trust or tribal fee land, those timelines can be added to it. Then you add that to the HUD funding process about a year after you go through the actual initial phase of actually asking for the money, getting the requirements done, because during the land withdrawal process, the environmental review process is a federal requirement, because the land there that is being still held in trust by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which is the federal land manager of the trust land, we still have to meet their requirements. Then we have to meet the HUD requirements. So there is some overlaps, and we're working on streamlining that to condense those timelines. So when we get to the actual design and construction phase, when we get everything approved, it takes about 1 year to 3 years from start to finish. So when you look at this overarching area, and this is part of a analysis that we've been doing for the last several years, the length of time, how it takes to start from where we want to build, the process of the withdrawals, the local community engagements for getting the land secured, determine a feasibility, and actually securing the funds to move forward for the housing. It can take as much as 4 to 5 years. And it's unusual because on Indian country, that's one of the biggest challenges that they see from other reservations too, the challenges of areas of the timeline to develop housing. Well, one of the areas, how is funds allocated to chapter or community housing development projects? One of the things that we request and we work with the chapters submits a resolution to Navajo Housing Authority requesting technical assistance to identify feasible sites for housing developments. Within this area, we ask chapters at least give us 3 to 5 locations that we can look at. And those feasibilities all going to focus around the areas of utility infrastructure access and the environmental lay of the land. Once we determine that we found a feasible site, then we ask the chapter help with passing a resolution so we can proceed with land withdrawal for development. So those are the areas, the 2 areas of how funds are allocated through NAHA's portion of it. Chapters responsibilities, which we ask, we work with, like I mentioned earlier, submit a resolution, identify at least 3 potential areas. Chapters prioritize possible areas if more than one site is feasible. And they assist with the land withdrawal documentation of the feasible site. And that's real critical as we're working together because it's we have been in some processes that we went through the land withdrawal and there's been a change in say grazing. Well, the previous permit holder allowed the development to go through, but the new individual that holds it now was contest the site. So those areas like that does play some conflicts on some of the areas because when we get into right-of-ways for utility infrastructure, roadways, we still have to go through the grazing to have those permittees authorized and allow us to use those areas. Stakeholders, this is one of the biggest things that we focus on in this over the years. We've been looking at the partnerships. The chapter community stakeholders is the chapter officials, club, grazing, farm board, and the community members. That's at the local level stakeholders. The tribal and federal stakeholders that we look at within tribal governmental system is the Navajo Land Department, Tribal Utility Authority, the Indian Health Service, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and other Navajo governmental programs or entities that are across, because we got to look at areas as we plan communities. How are these individuals and get service? It's one of the things that we look at schools, looking at hospitals, looking at fire stations. All of that plays into community development. Those are all part of the stakeholder aspects of it. I know that over the several years, there's been a lot of requests for public safety. And that's one of the things where some individuals do have to travel. How do we bridge that in terms of planning across the reservation is one thing that we continue to work through within the Housing Authority. Technical assistance, like I mentioned earlier, determining feasibility sites, potential areas by performing site visits, provide guidance with the chapters on some of these areas of how do we prioritize that. One of the other areas that we've looked at is the coordination. With some of these sites here that we got to get utility commitments from the utility providers. Those systems that are currently near these potential sites, do they have the capacity to provide services? I know there's been the past several areas that there was some land, we had these high voltage KV lines that deliver power from one power plant to another power plant. Those are not accessible to electricity for Navajo community development, because those are actually owned by the power plant organization, so we can't tap into that. But so the guidance we have is coordinating between the Navajo Land Department, utility authorities, EPA, Navajo EPA, and making sure that we meet those requirements and if it's there. Because lately, what we've been finding is on Western Agency, some of the areas there, we do have high levels of arsenic in the water. And that's because of a natural depleting of our water source, and some of those natural occurrence of arsenics getting into the water source is predominant because of the drought that we're having. The other areas of assistance that we provide is the area of legal descriptions for the proposed site. We have our survey program, a small survey program that we have within the Housing Authority, that we provide those information, identify, look at the legal description of those sites. Part of the other areas guidance that we provide is archaeology, environmental clearance approvals. What levels of approvals do we need for different levels of activities that are being needed there? Technical, the areas of assistance that we provide is once the resolutions that we have determined that there was a feasible site, we work with a chapter to request IHP funds for the planning and design part of it. NHA at the same time will procure design consultants. And they will coordinate the consultants with the chapter and the stakeholders for preparation of and design for construction documents. This is all done internally within NHA. As you know, that the nation in the last 2 years we've been operating probably at a 30% to 40% capacity open. So consultation projects that were in 2019 are barely getting to be addressed because of what happened with the pandemic. But it opened other opportunities, how we consult, how we work with entities that are part of the stakeholder system. The other aspects of the technical assistance is the procuring of a contractor, and we do the project management aspects of the project, and we accept the project and conduct all of the areas of warranty, contract closeouts. The assistance summary, currently what we're working on, we've actively have 18 chapters. We have different stages of what's going on in terms of active meetings, site selections. The other areas of that we're working with them is basically the progressing to make get those feasible sites into the withdrawal process once we can make the determinations of the right-of-way needs and infrastructure. We have Pebble Bentado, Manuelito, Tisto, Dalcon, Nagizi, Tuba City, Bajalin, Brimhound, Chichilta, Greasewood, Chichimbato, Cottonwood, Whitehorse Lake, Jedito, Rico, Cameron, Tahajali, Alamo, and Cornfields. And these projects been we're going through probably going on our 4th year, trying to get everything in place. One of the things is the Pebble Bentado, Manuelito. We went through several other sites, and we went through the feasibility, and we found out some of those sites didn't have infrastructure. But with the new cutter laterals going in place, this is where we're moving forward with some of the projects and hoping in anticipation everything's in place to have the water. The one big challenge here on the Eastern Agency is land status between allotments, fee land, private land. Those will impact the actual infrastructure right away. So as we work through these, those are the areas of challenges that we're always going to face. The one things that we look at in the last 10 years, we've been using a lot of aerial imagery to help with the planning aspects of it in terms of topography, watersheds, and potential natural exposures of environmental concerns. All of that is part of this master planning that Housing Authority undertook back in 2012 through 2014. There was 110 different planning conceptions that were provided to chapters. And the chapter involvement back in the early in 2010 or 2013, 14 during this master planning is critical, because that's what we've been utilizing in terms of how strategically where can we build. In a lot of the areas that we find out that some of these areas still don't have adequate infrastructure, roadway. And one things with their master planning that we're coming really to ahead is how far is resources having to be trucked in to build communities. Community master planning, we have the planning design conception. We have a radius around local communities, what can be built and what is recommended by. All of these conceptions were taken from a lot of the community meetings that were performed during Housing Authority's initial master planning. These areas here identified where's potential area of housing growth can happen with the commitment by the communities as we move forward. How do we build them is one thing, and what are we going to build is part of this mass community master planning. During the presentations and meetings that we had low density single family homes, 1 acres. There was the other areas that we've looked at. As you know, you go across the reservation. These are medium density single family homes, 2 to 3 units or housing areas in called clan pods. These clan pods were conception of family members building next to each other. And then you had the high density clan pods, or which maybe be part of a larger development areas. And this can include subdivisions. With the 2019 application drive, we found out that a lot of younger individuals want to live in a subdivision, access to internet, access to roadways, access to the amenities versus living out in a scatter site. Out of 1,100 applications, a little over 700 were requesting subdivision, either from public rental or home ownerships. The other area was some of the requests was for apartments. Some of they can work that we could house them just for the work week versus them traveling 2 to 3 hours to the work destination, and every day they would there was a request at several communities requesting for apartments. The subdivision is one of the things that we've looked at, and part of the 32 development sites with that we're evaluating with the 18 chapters that we have. A lot of them are subdivision developments. The subdivision developments are areas of dense housing, cluster pattern housing. And those are some of the areas that we've looked at that from the application of some of the younger individuals requesting those type of housing. Part of this presentation is I had a pre-feasibility site fees report, which every site that we've visit, there's a pre-feasibility questionnaire form that we utilize. We determine the sanitation system. Is there one there? If there is it adequate? Water system, is there a community system, or is it is there a larger system as a service system versus just a small 2-inch line individual? Electrical determination, what type of system, single phase, 3-phase, or there's no systems near there. We have, during this part, we have requirements that we have a criteria for scattered sites. All utilities must be within 1,500-foot radius of the proposed home site. Our subdivisions have a different criteria depending on the service of those utilities. The reason why that we have these criteria when we do the pre-feasibility is that utility costs to put in a power line through NTUA's cost estimating, they can, to do the power line from say 1,000 feet to 1,200 feet can cost a minimal of 18,000 or as much as 40,000. And that's all based on the design of that system. And at the same time, the materials. As we see through this pandemic, we're getting quotes, receiving quotes from our utility providers of units that we had quoted 3 years ago of less than 10,000. We're coming in at $30,000, $40,000 to install a power line. And those are part of this pre-feasibility report that we have. Also part of the pre-feasibility, there's a map that was attached with the location, power utilities, any type of drainages, and maybe environmental concerns or there's dumps. If this was a subdivision, that will determine any kind of environmental potential hazards out there. One of the things that I have seen over the years with reviewing some of the home site is that back in the day, some of these home sites where they change oil at homes and they would just dump the oil on their home site. That is a potential environmental issue when we have to do the feasibility, determine if there's areas there, because once we go in and look at the development, it's the actual, how much is it going to cost to treat that land? Because we can't just dig up the dirt and dump it somewhere. It has to be, if it's part of AHA, we have to adhere to those environmental concerns. The other part of this, what we're seeing across the reservation is that there's some of these scattered sites that there's family burial plots within some of the home sites, which impacts some of those areas of building housing. The other part of the reports that we have, and we look at this, is the endangered species. Working with the Fish and Wildlife, looking at their data. Also part of this area is determining if there's potential harms or mitigation requirements that we have to adhere to in order to build at the house. And so all of that is part of this feasibility report. The other issue too, not the other areas that we, is part of it, is the floodplain. We have a process that we review called flood hazard. The other areas that there's the forest, depending if it's within the forest moratorium area or woodland moratorium area, that can contribute to it make a scattered site not making it feasible. And then the soil conditions in rock outcrops. Potential sites, feasibility challenges. I mentioned some of them earlier. The terrain, the landscape, the soil. Navajo Nation has soil across the reservation is it varies between clay sediment to sandy loam to areas that are not even feasible. Arroyo, steep slope, flood hazard areas. One thing that we look at is the access. If we're going to build a home out there and they have to cross a drainage to get to that site, some of those areas are not feasible because we would put more of a burden on the families. And we usually look at other ways that we can build the structure or development site just because of some of the areas of we don't want to put a burden. The biological sensitivity areas, illegal dumping, protected forest lands, protected farmlands, many farms and shiprock. A lot of these areas there, those lands were were deemed farm, but we were building housing there. So those are some of the challenges that we find, is that's the land status of how those, because some people have had farmland, but they built the home there. And as we go through this is the lease modification requirements, because every part of this housing development, there's a requirement under HUD called the land use restriction, which the land is actually, if it's under the program, it's going to be held by housing authority as the person of responsibility. Grazing permit holders, I mentioned that. The utility servicing capacities. Over the past years, that's one of the biggest challenges: water, wastewater, water service, electrical service. Access and the distance to maintain the road. Those are some of the areas that are challenging with housing authority. And this is where the partnerships we're looking at areas. One of the big recommendations that we're working on is a partnership for infrastructure improvement. Because one of the things that, as through the pandemic, we've seen a lot of our system are aging. And as you all know, with across the reservation is being impacted by a severe drought. And how do we build homes when we have a 50-year-old water system that's only, the well is only say 100 feet deep and it's dried up? Those are areas of how do we improve that, and that's through partnerships. The areas that what we're looking at for some of these changes that we have, identifying the laws and policy needing revisions. As you all, the chapters officials, the U.S. government passed the HART Act, and this was supposed to streamline the land assignments and right-of-ways. Well, housing with the Navajo Nation, some of the areas that, as you all know, to get home sites, it's a challenge. Sometimes there's been laws created or adjustments that added more complexity to acquire land, and we're looking at those and seeing what's the needed revisions in order to streamline this. Because through this whole ARP, through the nation, through what we're doing with our American Rescue, is that we have roughly 10 sewer systems that Housing Authority has in several different communities. And those sewer systems are over 40 years old. And we've been requesting to improve those systems, but the allocations through some of the agency, IHS or NGOA, can't support that. So we're undertaking ourselves to improve those systems across the reservation. Another area to combat some of these challenges, the transfer of data with Navajo Nation programs. This is one thing that we participate in the ARP with the Navajo Nation, is transferring of information, so we don't have to duplicate studies. If there's been a study for a certain area, have that information available. The last part is updating the land status maps. I know with the local chapters, some of these grazing issues that occurs because some of the status maps that BIA has, they're still in hard copy. They need to be transferred into a GIS or aerial imagery maps, so we have a visual of where these locations are. Because from some of the areas that we participate with the staff, some of these grazing are not active. Maybe they haven't been active for 20 years or plus, but they still hold, they still have rights to that permit. This photo slides of accessibility, rock outcrops, drainages, dry gullies in areas that we have to cross. And these accesses, conditions and length of access add to the cost of development. And then at the same time, has potential to impact the homeowner or the individuals who are going to be occupying those developments. housing areas. The on-site conditions, illegal dumps, heavy forest areas. 10 years ago, we were when we're having a lot of the forests burning up across the nation, there was one of the areas that we were looking at within, say, Wide Ruins. Wide Ruins had a heavy fuel load because of a lot of their pinon tree, juniper, were drying up, and because of the location that impacted us on how we want those sites available to build, but because of the potential heavy forest area, that put a challenge on that. On-site conditions, steep slopes, like I mentioned, rock outcrops, congested areas within a 1 acre location, multiple structures on there. Archaeological, as mentioned earlier, as Housing Authority evaluates a lot of this, it's not just the NSSA, it's also historical sites, herb gathering, depending on rituals that have happened out there that meets those requirements of the historic preservation. Housing Authority works with Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation has their own tribal antiquity laws that were created in 1940s. Plus we have the National Historic Preservation Act. So we have 2 laws that we work with for the land, for housing developments. One of the big things that over the last 15 years that we've been working with, because of the change of climate, there's a lot of areas that we're challenged with for flood hazards. As you know, when we had wind erosions, it changes topography of some of these drainages. Plus, at the same time, it's the challenge is that there's a lot of 2-track roads that lead up to homes. There was a scenario that we had for a flood hazard where we built the scattered site. Well, the client had changed a route that was originally established to access, and they drove in from the northern portion of the home site directly to the front door. So all the water that was running down the 2-track road just followed the tire track, and the house ended up getting flooded out because of them creating an alternate roadway to their home site. This is one of the biggest challenges we have. One things that we have seen with some of the housing development sites is ATVs, smaller utility vehicles traveling across areas going up the hills. When they do that, they create these drainages and they lead back to some of these housing development sites or even a home site, and it creates flooding for those areas. So this is one of the big key things, because all of our development sites that we have to carry insurance. So for us, this is one of the big things that we really look at is the flood hazard areas of housing development. That's going to cover my presentation on some of the developments and some of the challenges that we work through. And I think one of the things, as I mentioned through the presentation, is that it's going to take a lot more of a partnership aspects to address this. One of the things that we're looking at is working more directly with Navajo Nation Water Resource Development on some of these aging wells across the reservation, where we can have information readily available to determine where and how and what challenge we may have versus going through just a lengthy process. Thank you, guys. Any questions? Be happy to take them. Mr. Franklin, you have anything to add?
No, I think we pretty much covered it all. I'll just be here for the any questions on the presentation.
Hi, Mr. Wasita.
Yes, sir.
This is Terry Sloan with the City of Albuquerque. I want to commend NHA on this presentation you guys are doing today. It's fantastic. It's very informative. It's telling us how the process works and your challenges, and it's a lot of work you guys are having to do, especially on the reservation. And I appreciate your team reevaluating the process to help streamline and quicken the processes. My question is, I have several questions. Would NHA or does NHA work with Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority to help, where needed, develop the infrastructure for like water lines, sewer lines, the sidewalks, and the street development, in addition to the paving roads, you know, when it gets to that point? Because I know they have been instrumental in doing a lot of that kind of work on the reservation. So I think if does NHA work with them at that level too?
Terry, with working directly with NECA, currently we haven't had any projects with them, just due to us. Them were more back in prior 2 years ago was just roadways, but currently they've changed their plan of operation to add vertical construction, and so we have been in consultation with them. Earlier in 2019, we looked at we call it a IGA, Intergovernmental Relation Agreement, which will bring some of these entities with the nation together to work, because we are strapped with contractors and just the remoteness out here. And one thing that is part of this evaluation that we're looking at, and one of the areas that we're really needing for the nation to build out. I had an opportunity to sit down with Senator Mark out of from Phoenix or Arizona. One of the things that they asked is, why does the nation challenge with a lot of old roadways not improve? Well, the one thing that we all need to understand is Navajo Nation is very unique. What I explained to him was that the Navajo Nation has a lot of beautiful scenery, which is sandstone, right? And I told him, explained to him is that Navajo Nation also too does not have available, dedicated basalt type material, hard roadway construction material on the reservation. If we do, the nation has some restriction, moratorium on them because of traditional cultural requirements, which we can't mine there. Fine example, Sonsalo Butte, they used that in the 70s to mine gravel. Well, after the NFPI left, it was closed down because of the Navajo Nation Repatriation Antiquities Act. And so some of those areas are challenging. And this is where we're looking at working with some of the areas that with NECA, they have some borrow sources. How do we get these materials on? Because that is one of the biggest challenges. We got to have material on the reservation versus trucking everything in from outside. The average home that we have, and this is one thing analysis that we took, to pour 1,300 square foot foundation. If you buy the concrete in Gallup, pour it and got within a 25-mile radius of Gallup, it's only going to cost you $11,000 to pour that thing. While you bring it up to Chin Lee and it needs 3 truckloads to pour that thing, we're looking at $70,000 just to get the material out there, get the labor force. And so those are some of the areas is that we, as a nation, with partnerships and working with some of these areas, having those resources that we can use on the reservation. The other part of this area that even not with NECA is with Navajo Nation economic developments. What type of developments are we have to sustain ourselves, for individuals to have a job, for individuals to support themselves is one thing that we're looking at in terms of how do we build a reservation? How do we provide those housing? I hope that provides you, I answered your question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wasita. That's incredible, the extent that you guys are really evaluating the home housing development, including, looking at our cultural resources, and I'm assuming you guys do also look at, sacred sites that also may be affected on the reservation. And then one quick question, I don't want to pull away from the need on the Navajo Nation itself, but would it possibly be an idea that NHA could work with, like, say, cities and other rural areas in an urban setting to help develop housing developments in the urban setting, like, let's say, the city of Albuquerque? I know NHA considers that part of their housing service area. Because one thing we're looking at here in the city is we want to build, housing developments for native families, because here in the city we have 60,000 native indigenous people and representing over 400 tribes. And so we know there is a big need at that level too, but also that's wanting to address our homelessness issue here in the city of Albuquerque. So we're hoping, someday we could work with NHA to possibly build or provide assistance or however needed to build a housing development here in the city. And so we're looking at, possibly buying land, getting land from APS or however we think, but, something like that is really needed here in the city. So that's also something we're looking at. So just to throw that out there, that would be an idea that maybe NHA could think about or entertain down the road. Thank you.
Dwayne?
Yes, go ahead, Ernest.
Yeah, Mr. Sloan, this is Ernest Franklin.
Ernest.
Hey, just to add on to what Dwayne said about NECA, not only are we working with NECA, IHS, and NTOA as far as enhancing or restoring some of the aging systems out there, we also are we are also in the process of hiring some professional engineers here to enhance our ability to do a lot of the design services, because that's what's really needed out there is to analyze and put together a holistic design, a scalable system that will meet the future needs of the Navajo Nation. So that's kind of how we're looking at this whole thing. Our American Rescue Plan Act monies that has been given to us from HUD is really geared towards restoring aging utility systems out there. So we did draft up what Dwayne referred to as a tri-party agreement. We want to push that forward so that we can enter into a partnership with NECA and NTOA and really get those systems back up and restored. We have a lot of BIA facilities, our BIA utility systems out there that was built way back, and they're out of compliance right now. We want to bring those back up because a lot of our clientele, we have over like 500 clients now that are on those systems. So we listed all those systems as part of our investigation throughout the looking at our utility analysis across the Navajo Nation. So I just want to add that, and as far as I'll let Dwayne address the urban development part. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ernest. And I also appreciate the fact that you're looking to work with, professionals in a region or in a location, help provide them work and also their professional assistance. And I'm assuming too down the road we'll have a huge influx of jobs at these various projects, and I appreciate that too for the communities. Thank you guys for all your work. Yeah.
Terry, this is Dwayne. To answer your last question about urban setting, back in 2019 or late 2019, we done travels out to Congress. During that time, the tribes were all meeting with congressional leaders. Then there was a we had to sit down with several Pueblo tribes out there regarding the same discussion that you brought. I forget the individual's name. She was out of Isleta. She was an attorney. And she brought the Navajo, Acoma, Zuni, Laguna, San Domingo, several of us together with an open dialogue discussion about how do we help some of those individuals in those urban settings. At that time was, we were looking at a lot of the tribes were saying, well, we don't want to take money away from the reservation. We got to look together as tribal housing program to work in unison to ask for that money for the individuals out in those rural settings. So the collaboration part, it was discussed at that time, but it never was developed to bring in the other programs to look at areas of potential fund allocations or grant writing to help some of these areas, because there was stories that they were having of individual different Pueblos that were living off the streets in Albuquerque. And it's not just Albuquerque, we have Flagstaff, Phoenix. And it's the one thing that that came out of the discussion is that, you know, we really need to figure out this part of the, how do we can look at acquiring some of these, it's the social dynamics, how do we get people that are in these areas treatment and stuff too. So, but there was dialogues in this whole pandemic in 2020, 2021. It just, it never carried on through, but that's a discussion that had in late 2019. So just give me a little bit of information on that.
Great, thank you very much for that.
Any other questions? It's lunchtime. I think you guys will start.
Are you going on lunch break?
Yeah, you're probably gonna hear thunder. That's my stomach probably growling.
So we'll resume at 1 o'clock? Is that the schedule?
Yes, we like to resume at 1 o'clock, so we'll give you 1 hour lunch time at this time. Thank you, everyone, for Dwayne and Ernest, for your presentation. We're still learning too, so a good presentation. So we'll come back at about 1 o'clock. We're right at the end of our agenda. However, we'd like to also give an opportunity for some chapters to really talk about their community and what they're facing and their needs. That's what we like to hear. Thank you. We'll see
Okay,
you.
I'll ask my question at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The stream will be, it's still on, so all you have to do is log back on to the link that was provided. Click on that.
Got the, are we back on the, is everybody back from lunch? Got about 7 individuals that are back from lunch and would like to just go ahead and check the audio again, see if we are. Yeah. So let me go ahead and start off with the other activities that we will have throughout this week. Tomorrow is the Fort Defiance Agency chapters, which is March 8th. March 9th is going to be the Western Agency chapters. March 10th, Thursday, is going to be Northern Agency. And Friday is going to be Central Agency. The time that we have set aside for this is from 8 to 5 or from 8 till people get their questions answered. In regards to some of the discussions that you have heard this morning, again, some of that information will be posted on the website, and some of them are already posted. You had asked about the presentation that Ms. Nellie Gilmore had provided. That particular document is on the web page, and you should have access to that. The other aspect of this is that this is where we come to you as chapter officials. What plans do you have? Of course, any activity related to planning and development within the chapter starts with Title 26, with your community land use planners. And those members that are on there, and those activities are registered with your club members, seed club members. And then they identify the property or activity and present it to the chapter, and the chapter sends that particular request on up to various agencies who they would like to have entertain their particular planning activities. So that is pretty much the rollout that we do have. We do have questions. I know that there was one question prior to lunchtime, so we will go ahead and ask if you have any questions at this time.
She was ready to ask a question. I don't know her name.
Good afternoon. This is Arlene from Pueblo Pintado. Right now, we're working with Labanyasi. We turn in our resolution requesting for assistance from Nahasta. And then right now, we're working on the land withdrawal. And land board, he has the paperwork for consent, to get a consent from permittees. That's how far we're at. And then we have a TUPSI meeting again. I believe it's going to be next week. That's we usually invite Laban. And then I just have a question on this house in Igit. We were talking about having daycare with our NHA housing, and then police quarter, housing for police officer. Yeah, it's possible go by here. So I'm not sure what else, what other application or what process do we need to go through if we're requesting for daycare and then housing for police officer. Mr. Tooley.
Hakwashila de kon identity kidikia. Late heki ya di kin beta dot nito adoch that on the shatnikia. Okado isotan gichin shahia. So some of the eligible activities that we do have are group homes for people with special needs. Think Ado Adon the hunt, so the Binet Dobits Isabajin, the has those individuals that have special needs that may have a disability. We do have some individual families that have family members and relatives that have those requirements. We do have funding for, we have funded some of the activities in regards to, let's say, for instance, Lake Ganado, out in Ganado, the Annie Wanika Life Care Skills Center is an elderly facility where they take care of our elderly folks and then also with disability. Congregate housing, on the transitional housing. These units are built and designed to help people move from welfare to self-sufficiency. The halfway houses, the domestic shelters, and then also emergency. Some of the other activities that have received funding, I'm sure you may have seen some of them. The group homes, not group homes, but the Boys and Girls Club. Those particular activities in Lenigi, there's one in Fort Defiance, there's one that's going up in Crown Point, out on the other communities as well. Those are some of the activities. As far as police units, Housing Authority does have a particular contract or a memorandum of understanding that is in place currently, and that is with the Navajo Police Department, and basically they could be housed in those particular units set aside to deter criminal activity or maybe access for the community to have law enforcement. Some of the other activities in Lenigi, college housing, the college homes that we do have, we have assisted Navajo Technical University or University, what is it, NTU, Navajo Technical University. Daycare, we have Littlefoot Daycare Center, and then also there's one up in Navajo as well. And so those are activities that are provided so mothers and fathers, parents, or individuals that may be seeking full-time employment and they don't have a local facility to take care of their children. Those are some of the activities that are allowable. Pablo Pintado, Ms. Henderson.
What is the process?
On this activity building, Nikki, do we just include them with our housing requests on the resolution? They're separate issue.
One of the activities that would include, and I will just say this, is that in your technical assistance, when you are requesting, and Lavon's going to be going out there, you had mentioned, if you have a community layout also a community master plan. That would really help out. And it would be important for individual communities to understand that whether it's 1 acre or 100 acres, the same amount of paperwork and the same amount of or volume of work is initiated in each one. So I'll give you an example. There's one chapter that withdrew 100 acres. And that 100 acres was not only solely set aside for housing development, but they also had some of the other C-store activities, and then also other activities that would include developing their communities. So once you have an individual out there, basically, if you were to lay out the community master plan as identified by the community land use board members, and then also certified by the chapter, that would give us a good footprint for us to initiate these activities. It will go into the design, how big of a septic system or how big of a lagoon system, how much water is it going to take, and then also how much electricity. We have to work with our utility providers as well, letting them know that these are some of the activities that are going to be coming. And if you could develop those in phases, adon de ta halit ya tan ode dat space obe ka aye sto jonato e akut ego ipa na hati adon de ta apun so ko ya han kiche wana an lindo le
Community assessment for the need.
and then also show kuige sto seta khanelt need ninigi ya John Leita hoyijin de yila basically need would be how many individuals in your particular chapter. And some chapters have had a discussion in regards to, let's say, partnering with your local activity. Let's say, for instance, you have Pueblo Pintado, you have White Horse Lake, you have Torreon that is out there, counselor. And some of those communities might be able to network with you as far as the chapter is concerned, so that you can have a regional development. And that activity would be really important for you as a community, as you are sharing your particular council delegate with other chapters, then it might be feasible for you to consider some of those community assessments as well as regional assessment for need of daycare. Yeah. Akoti de hanelt at last chiniyaja adon de hanelt at the quilapeta khajat and anahitiche adon de tanle saho akut eko adliago honelt hatati laha nigo. Then that gives us an idea as far as what to be planning for. And I would believe that some of those other activities that you might consider is some communities have requested daycare for senior citizens as well. So those are some of the areas that you would take a look at as well. You have a question, Mr. Anderson, and then also WA as well.
Yes, Earl, hello. I was attending to another meeting. Thank God I have several laptops at home. but yeah, you guys were on break and then you guys came back at 1 o'clock. But yeah, I missed probably when I tuned in this morning, I probably missed at least an hour, a little over an hour right before you guys took a break. But is this question and answering time right now?
Yes, it is, Mr. Anderson. This is a Q&A session. And then also, what are some of your activities that your chapter is laying out? If you could share that information with us, since the appropriate parties are here, they could answer some of those questions for you.
Okay. Yeah, I posed a question on the chat and question section earlier, I asked a question, is the Manuelito chapter's proposed housing development project, which we're calling the Rocky View Valley, part of the NHA 5-year plan that's coming up for pre-planning funding for survey clearances and other feasibility studies for the 40 acre that we withdrew, or we said we're going to withdraw for that. And so that was my question, if that's going to be part of the 5-year funding plan coming up for Manuelito. Because of the conversations we've been having with Levon Yazzie, and we're still working on the access road situation to the NHA proposed housing development area. That one would be on New Mexico state land. So we're still working on that to see how we can get the right of way, that access road going to that. The one thing that really works for us right now with Manuelito is that we are now working with a new contractor out of Albuquerque, Architectural Research Consultants, acronym ARC. And we are working on our master land use planning project. That's money that we received, New Mexico state grant money. And so we're using that money now to work on our master land use planning. So for that particular area, we're also working with the Navajo Gallup water line people out of Gallup, the DePauli engineer. We also realize we need to get some large water tanks, holding water tanks in that area where the housing development area will be. We also understand that there's also land that sits right next to that 40 acres, 320 acres of BLM land that we understand is also part of the Nelly federal legislation, that Navajo Land Exchange federal legislation that Senator Lujan will be introducing into Congress, and that would be the land exchange between the Navajo Nation and BLM lands and other type of lands. So everything is all coming together for Manuelito, and but we just need to continue staying on top of these things for that housing development area. We also have other things planned for that area, and you know, for like daycare centers and Head Start centers and you know, community activity center, things like that can be incorporated into the housing development plan. The other thing too that we've really been talking about are gardening centers too for the housing development area, because we need to start encouraging families and the communities to start taking up gardening to grow healthy food. And we are of the understanding that current NHA policy, and correct me if I'm wrong, NHA guidelines prevent homes from setting up water catchment systems near the homes to collect rainwater. And I don't know if it's the whole thing with the federal guidelines that, you know, any type of water collected needs to be treated, but for this particular situation, it's just only to collect the rainwater, you know, where large water barrels or whatever can be set up near the homes where the rain gutters are at. And so families can use that water for their gardening. And because rainwater is the healthiest form of water to use for watering gardens and farms. So that's the other thing too I wanted to bring up with you all, is about the gardening situation, you know, where the home areas are at. And then the other thing too is the ability to raise chickens, you know, having a little chicken coop, so families can, you know, collect fresh eggs, you know, for their families. Eggs are very expensive these days. So, you know, egg collection family projects would even be good too for NHA homes. And and the other thing too, as you mentioned earlier when you were answering the question to Pueblo Pintado about all the different ways that NHA can assist, like with transitional homes, daycare centers, activity buildings, and so forth. That's the other thing too. We've been talking about from Manuelito with various groups, organizations, is about the homeless, how to attend to individuals or families that are homeless. And you know, Gallup has a really good project going in terms of sheltering individuals and setting up hotels. And then you guys, NHA purchased those buildings that are constructed, that building downtown Gallup for apartments and so forth. And we were really hoping that NHA would get involved when Lexington Hotel was being put on the market for sale, you know, for transitional housing. But that never happened. That was during the pandemic. And that was something that Myron Lizer supposedly was supposed to be spearheading for us here, but it never happened. And so, yeah, those areas there, I just wanted to bring up, and we really appreciate the involvement that Levon Yazzie has been providing to us, and he's just waiting for us right now to get moving on that access road situation. But he did tell us that he was going to put in the funding requests for the pre-planning process, you know, for all the feasibility studies to be done for the 40 acres. And I just wanted to know about that. And I am also tuning in with the Housing Justice Group, the one that was mentioned earlier this morning with others. And we do talk about various issues when it comes to housing for individuals. And one more thing I wanted to just bring up, what happened during the pandemic. There was some coordination that went on over here, and I think it went across the Navajo Nation, which was Indian Health Service had funding, and they partnered with an organization called CORE, C-O-R-E, and that's an organization that was started by Sean Penn, and also with Southwest Indian Foundation, SWIFT here in Gallup, and they set up some small manufacturing locations here in Gallup where they constructed these small home units that were transported out to areas. And they work with community health representatives, and the CHRs identified individuals that would be deemed homeless. And many of these homeless individuals, you know, they had addictions. And so at Manuelito, we got around 10 of those home units, and they were placed. And what we see now is those individuals that used to regularly hitchhike into Gallup, they don't do that. They stay home. They're because that pride that they have of having a place to call home. And so we're in the process of working with these individuals to get their homes with solar units and hydro panels where you collect water from the air. And so a lot of this stuff that we're doing is also off-grid planning. And I think it's really important too that Navajo Housing Authority needs to start looking at when they approve funding for homes to be constructed, that, you know, where people have their residential lease or home site lease, is to consider that, because you know, that's something that we need to start advocating more for, off-grid planning for, especially for energy sources. There's a home that I recently went to, and here located between Manuelito and Seattle, and that home is off-grid, and that home gets its own electricity source, not only from solar panels, but also these real small little wind turbines that they fit on the rooftops, and they purchase those little wind turbines from Amazon Prime, and they were like $140 each, and they put like about 10 of those little wind things on top of their rooftops or near their homes, and there's enough electricity there to power everything that they have in that house. It's a small house, it's not a large house. So yeah, and so so these are some of the things I think Navajo Housing Authority needs to start looking at, and because a lot of families are preferring to live out, you know, separate from a housing development area. And we heard the processes that needs to be done, you know, if they're going to be seeking something like that, separate from housing development areas earlier today, the processes that you guys have for that. So, but anyway, I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Sheila, thank you very much, Percy, for your insight as well. We do have two individuals that answered your question in regards to Manuelito. I'd like to ask Mr. Rosetta or even Mr. Franklin if they could answer your question. In short, as far as Manuelito being on the 5-year plan, which is your question at the very start. Mr. Franklin or Mr. Rosetta?
Julia, I don't know if Dwayne's on board, but as far as the question of that being Manuelito being on the 5-year plan, it is on the 5-year plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rosetta. Mr. Frank answered that question earlier this morning. And so, Mr. Rosetta, would you like to elaborate even more? You might have to turn on your mic, sir. Nada.
Okay, can you hear me? Sorry about that. Somebody muted me. Mr. Percy, yes, we'll be having Levon working with you. So as we regroup coming out of the pandemic, you'll be part of this whole planning phases for the housing developments that you've been working with Mr. Levon. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So in regards to some of the other questions that you had asked, Mr. Percy, as far as the activities that you're working with some of the engineers to bring water into your community from the Gallup Waterline Project, also the land exchange, the right-of-way aspect, that would be put on your shoulder in a sense as a chapter, because you guys are the land experts. You know what the terrain that you do have in your particular communities, and some of the areas that may have been previously used by the Bureau of Indian Affairs government schools as far as land dumps and things of that nature. You know where some of those sites are, as well as some of the traditional uses as well. Some of the activities as far as ceremonies are concerned. You are the local experts as far as those residents that are living within the chapter. So you can navigate for us in a sense that we don't have to go out there and then find that later on that it was a cultural site or a traditional site utilized by the community. As far as daycare and some of these other activities, when you lay out your particular community, There could be some blended funds. Housing Authority is limited to some of those activities. And when Lavon comes out there, he can tell you a little bit more about some of these activities. Some of the garden aspect of it, the garden centers and some of those areas that can be withdrawn for gardening as far as a means of sustainability, eating healthy, exercise, walking trails, bike trails, non-motorized trails. Those are some of the activities that you and your community can come together on. Navajo Housing Authority does not have a ban on gardening. And if there is an individual that goes out there, we instruct the individual families or communities when they do have a question is to put their question in writing. Thereby, Navajo Housing Authority will put their reply back in writing, and therefore it is in black and white. All the activities that we end up doing, it is in black and white, what is permissible or not permissible. Let's say, for instance, your chickens. Some of the farm areas or farm animals that are going to be developed in some of those communities, like in your backyard. Those particular areas, Housing Authority does have a ban on some of those farm animals that are in the public rental and home ownership property of Navajo Housing Authority. However, if your particular community ordinance allows for some of that activity, and let's say an equestrian center, and that is something that is going to be allowed there, then basically that is going to be up to the privy of your local communities as far as what is allowed and what is not allowed. There are some bans on certain animals as vicious animals. The pet policy basically points those particular animals out. And in developing your community, it might be good and a strong suggestion for you to come up with some ordinances. And I'll give you an ordinance here from the Fort Defiance chapter. The Fort Defiance chapter has put Navajo Housing Authority on notice that anytime you create a development, we don't want wood stoves in there for the very reason that the depletion of wood also, and then also the dumping of ash in various parts of the community. And therefore, they passed a resolution indicating that. As far as water containers, as far as encatchments and different things of that nature to do a drip system for your gardening, and that would be one of the areas that you would take a look to as from your particular community asset as far as developing your community. I have seen some master plans that have included an overall layout of the community of having a community garden, and then also some of those encatchments as well, so that you can harvest the rain. I will go ahead and respond to you in that fashion. But in regards to some of the activities, the essential housing activity or GEHEKI, there is a publication that does come out from HUD, and those are program guidance. And so that's what I am reading from, and I will have those posted here for you as far as what are some of the eligible activities. Then that way it's not really hearsay, but it's actually an opportunity for you to educate yourself and your community. So thank you very much for that. Is there anybody out there that would like to have some of the questions answered? We do have key Housing Authority personnel that are on this particular call. So if you would like to pose a question, that would be an ample time for you to do so.
Earl, this is Percy again. I just have one more question. Thank you for responding to the comments and what I made earlier. The question I have is, I went to the NHA website, and there's a NHA housing application on there, which a person needs to download, and it's listed as a 2019 NHA application. Is that still the correct application for an individual to fill out? Thank you.
Did you mention the ERAP, or is it the Housing Authority application?
It's the Housing Authority application.
On that housing authority application, if you take a look at the top form of it, it will have public rental, it will have home ownership, it will have scattered site, and then it will have a little check mark there for a veteran. That particular application is utilized by Navajo Housing Authority. Even if you were in Fort Defiance and you lived over in Tuba City, then that particular document would be sent over to the Tuba City Housing Management Office for home ownership activity. The policy of Navajo Housing Authority to adhere that a person who is going to be applying for a home ownership house, let's say for instance out in Manuelito, that person will have to be a chapter member, a voting Manuelito chapter, in order to have a home ownership unit assigned to them. So those are some of the chapters that are out there. And then also some of the other chapter, I guess some of the other chapters that have rulings in a sense of 1 acre, or some have said 2 acres and others have said a half an acre. We would have to refer that back to your particular chapter as far as the allocation of property.
Okay, thank you, Earl. Oh.
The question that was posed earlier too by Percy in regards to an activity that took place in the Gallup area, we were able to establish a project there with a housing recipient. And that's how that structure was able to be erected there in the east side of, the east side of Gallup. And that particular property is set aside for the individuals that may be living there, because there's a lot of individuals, Navajos, that are living there that were coming off the reservation. And so some of our commutes for some of our personnel, I know that here within Housing Authority, we have individuals that are coming in from Crown Point to come to work here in Window Rock. And it may be like that for some of your communities due to the accessibility of, or the lack of homes in your community. Adon the Shamas to Adenal Sosi Lala Shinoa Ba Jensen Akoyate. Again, just to give you some of the statistics out there in regards to Navajo's population, each one of the chapters, you guys can access your particular census data by the American Community Survey, ACS, American Community Survey, and you can put on there Pueblo Pintado, American Community Survey. You will get the demographics as far as what the census looks at. The census comes out every 10 years. The last census that was undertaken here is 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic. I'm not sure how those numbers have played out for your particular community, but the American Community Survey is taken every 5 years rather than every 10 years. And so if you can Google that, and then you can get that particular information for your community assessment as well. So that's something that is really important for you to take a look at. It also gives you the demographics as far as what are some of the wage income earners, as far as some of the populations that you may have, as far as those that are 0 to 3, 3 to 5, so forth and so on. So I think that that's something that is really, really good for you to take a look at. Another aspect of that particular document is that Congress utilizes that particular document. The document that was utilized in 2010, in that particular time, there was a combination of houses that were here on Navajo in a sense of something like 71,000 homes. And out of those 71,000 homes, 49,000 were occupied. And then also some of those homes that are vacant. could be lost due to the interpretation of the census taker as well. So you as a community can work with your particular community and do your own assessment as far as what are some of the needs. And some of the needs are, let's say, for instance, when you're taking a look at the housing development, there is a percentage that is allocated for those that have impairments. Let's say, for instance, those that are wheelchair-bound individuals in your community, 5% of the population or the number of homes that you're going to be building in your community, 5% have to be set aside for those that are wheelchair-bound. Those that are hearing and visually impaired, 2% set aside is set for them as well, for those individual relatives of ours that have hearing impairment or visual impairments. And some of those individuals that may be impaired with their eyesight might be that they need some braille notices that are going to be put on, let's say, their ranges, that or thermostats. And then let's say, for instance, a person who is hearing impaired, basically some of a strobe light could be installed for them so that they can see that somebody's at the door, although they will get notice in that fashion because of their hearing impairment. And then also some of those individuals that may be wheelchair bound, we can lower some of those particular countertops to meet your particular needs of your community. There have been activities, let's say, for instance, up in the Shiprock area. Shiprock community set aside 6.3 acres and 96 homes were built on there. And if you have been to Shiprock, you can go to Northern Medical Center and look west of there. That's where the 6.3 acres are and the 96 units are built.
Earl, this is Percy again.
Yes, Percy.
Okay, you just mentioned about the U.S. Census count. NHA needs to be aware of this situation that's happening now when it comes to the census, the 2020 census. When I went to that website to do a little research on Manuelito, I discovered that Manuelito has a population of 65 and 30 or 68 people and 35 homes. And that is not correct. So if Manuelito is in that situation, I would think that there are several chapter communities around the Gallup area, or even chapter communities that have checkerboard lands situated. And so we have to figure out how we're going to rectify. And what got me doing the research on this for population count was because when Manuelito went to Window Rock to pick up its pallets of PPE supplies just recently, the head of the health command center or whatever informed Manuelito that, because Manuelito, we only got several large size boxes. We didn't get, large pallets. And so we were informed that it was based on census count. And so, we have over 700 registered voters. We have the map with the rural addressing of McKinley County. We have over 300 homes with rural addresses at Manuelito. And so, and we've informed our election supervisor, Arlene Nakai Brown, about it. She has emails on that, and other people with Division of Community Development and so forth. So I think that's something that NHA needs to be aware of when they do data for chapter communities that are within checkerboard areas, because it's not the correct population. So I just wanted to let you all know that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Percy, and then also those individuals that are listening there, yes, it is true that some of those, you might find some conflicts or you have found some conflicts in there. Let's say, for instance, you need to take a look at the mapping that the census does have. You can request as to what the census is. And I'll give you an example. Let's say, for instance, another chapter, a sister chapter not too far from Manuelito, Rock Springs. There are a number of properties out there. There are properties, private property, allotments, and then also trust land. And if you take a look at the boundaries of the US Census, a portion of Manuelito, a portion of Rock Springs, Red Rock, or even Church Rock may be incorporated into the count of McKinley County, not the respective chapter. So that's something that is really important. So your particular assessment of your community, in a sense of saying you would like to challenge that, you don't need to challenge that with us because that's not our particular document. If you would like to take a look at a document that was produced by Navajo Housing Authority in 2010, there was a survey, a demographic study that was done. Navajo demographic, if you were to Google that, that particular booklet will come out. That's a sample survey that was done in regards to the housing need of a Navajo Nation. So in regards to your particular question, Percy, you have 300 families that are registered in the rural addressing system, and then you only have 35 in the census that is counted. That would be an ideal item to bring up to your particular field representatives. And this is where you as individuals come in because you are the experts of your particular community. You know what the community layout looks like. You know the general population of your families that are houseless. And then also you know where some of these overcrowding areas are. And then some of these areas as far as some of the populations are concerned with your veterans. And then also those individuals that may need accessibility need. There are a number of brands that are out there, ADA, American Disability Act, but Navajo Housing Authority utilizes Section 8. If you were to go to HUD and you were to Google in HUD Section 8, that will give you an idea as far as what we determine as a particular individual with special needs, yeah. And then what is required of the individual party that is receiving federal funds to adhere to that. Now, the other aspect that I would like to point out, which you have mentioned, is that you are taking a look at some of these counts as far as a house. Now, if you take a look at the home, you know that if a person is living in a hogan, that would not suffice as a living unit in a particular sense, as the definition of a house. A house is, will have bedrooms, will have a bathroom, will have a location for cooking. And those are the definition. Does it have hot water, cold water? Are there indoor facilities? Does it have a heating system? Those are the definitions that you need to take a look at. And so in that particular aspect of it, you did mention that some of the families prefer to live off the grid, but that is up to you as far as what will be identified as a community or as a particular house in your community. Ms. Jensen, please. Chenoa Jensen.
That's your information. That's for you.
In regards to The question that is being posed as far as this particular aspect of the program, Lenigia, this is an opportune time for individual chapters or communities that you're representing or the delegation that is there. If you would like to pose a question, now would be the opportunity for you to do so. Mr. Anderson, do you have another question?
No, Earl. Thank you very much. And I am texting Shanoa, letting her know that you're calling out her name. She's a teacher at CNM in Alberta, so I don't know if she's back with her students right now. So just letting you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
everybody.
Again, also for this coming week, as far as activity is concerned, then tomorrow is going to be the Fort Defiance Agency. So if you would let your counterparts know that individuals are there in the Fort Defiance Agency, then they can join us on the webinar. On Wednesday is Western Agency. And then on the 10th, Thursday is Northern Agency, and then also Central Agency on the 11th, Friday. This does not preclude you as individual service providers to say that since you're not from that region or you're not serving in that area, but this is information based. Shanoa Jensen. You might be on mute, but I do see your question mark. Miss Henderson, your mic is on.
Yeah, I have a question, but is she gonna present? If she's gonna present, I'm gonna wait.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me okay, Shiaj?
Oh,
great. Thank you. I was on mute. Thank you so much, everybody. Yad Eshik Edo Shidne, Auto Net and Shlene Aids of Latin Shle, Auto English A Bashish Chain, Auto Shiheta Shache, Auto English A Dashanella, Saya Toda Yisada Nasha, Koyat Edo Hya, Shik Edo Shidne. I just wanted to say thank you for this public hearing for our communities. I'm grateful that we're able to join in other hearings as well in other agencies. So my thoughts will just be brief, but just wanted to share the power of this opportunity to really bring together our self-determination and our sovereign status as a Diné nation to transform the funding that currently is being provided to NHA or other indigenous housing programs in our nation from NAHASDA and other entities. So this is really looking, and I heard several amazing comments from others that talked about holistic. I think Ernest Franklin talked about holistic way of viewing our home. And I'm a part of a housing justice group that we just convene every 2 weeks by phone, and we talk about these concerns and issues. But I think also what's important about this housing justice group is that there's a lot of creative and innovative thoughts, as well as what NHA must explore every day in your work. And I just wanted to add to that conversation. And so I just think that looking at some of the concerns from the individuals that have been on the calls, it's really looking at how do we look at our home as a place that provides that sacred, that fire, and how can we use that in our language and train our staff, whoever they may be, on the phone or in person, to respond to our communities in that way of replenishing that warmth through our Diné English languages, and then using that even in policy. So I saw that in the 6 guiding principles of NHA, and I really appreciate that it's in Diné English. But I also wanted to see how we could transform the funding that comes from the federal government for different services. But mainly it's really harnessing our voice together, because we all, I think, are helping very similar community members, whether they become unsheltered back home and then they come here because of COVID to Albuquerque, Phoenix, Farmington, Gallup, Flagstaff, or for medical reasons, they are needing to get housed short-term or long-term for cancer treatment, or for a baby that's in neonatal intensive care unit, or for other services. So in Albuquerque and other urban areas, I'm just thinking about how NHA can also add to the support of individuals who are at risk for homelessness, who are, or maybe already unsheltered. I know different school districts have something known as a Title I program. And how can there be a direct connection to NHA so that those families who are at risk for homelessness don't have to go to a shelter, that they get, and fortunately there is a Navajo ERAP now, but some of our case managers have been using it. It takes about 6 to 7 weeks to get the completion of the application. And fortunately some have been completed, but we're trying to also find a way to house and put the individuals in a safe place during that application process approval. But then also some of the domestic violence shelter directors from Chinle and Kayenta said, can we have an emergency shelter in each of our agencies? And how can NHA or NAHASDA funding, which I believe there is funding that comes from the VIWA, Violence Against Women Act, VAWA, and other NAHASDA or NHA fund, or actually HUD funding that can also be used for that. So that would be really special to look at, to see how you know, communities can partner with NHA to create these emergency shelters, especially if they've been former NHA homes that have been already built, but then no one's living in them. Could those be used as an emergency shelter for a family or an individual? So we're just trying to really think out of the box and really kind of do assets mapping of our own communities. And just looking at Shiprock alone, just looking at how many nonprofits lead different entities, can they now partner again with NHA, even though they're no longer with NHA, but NHA built those houses? How can that partnership be re-energized? And then I've heard a lot of amazing things about nonprofits, and how can NHA partner with nonprofits to create this vitality and this synergy regarding these resources. But also looking at sustainable renewable resources, having NHA really look at native renewables, solar power, water catchment barrels, you know, like Percy was talking about gardening, but also water catchment for livestock or, you know, other animals, to really bring forth that holistic way of using Jo'anae, you know, energy, as well as other sustainable efforts in the community for the homes. And then one of the really interesting things we've been talking about is a lot of the local community are getting their degrees in construction management at UNM Gallup Branch, Northern Pioneer College, CNM in Albuquerque, and other communities, other community colleges. How can NHA partner with those graduates to immediately get hired and work to really sustain getting those homes rapidly built and real quality and real good timelines? But also the pay is hard, right? Because we've looked at how some of these individuals get hired right away in Phoenix or Las Vegas, and how can we be equitable with pay? And I'm sure that's really hard for any organization to match some of this high pay, but we're just exploring real creative ways, but also talking in a humble way about our Hawaiian, our cha, you know, the bebagan, shepagan. All of these things are part of our traditional ways of thinking, and how can we add to this wonderful conversation of protecting and sheltering our beautiful relatives.
You point out a number of activities that Housing Authority could possibly take a look at the partnership. I know that Ms. Maureen Curley, our CEO, has made that evident as far as what are some of the other partners, who are some of the other partners that we can initiate our activities with, and that we can weave our particular vision with them as well. So I'd like to volley this over to Ms. Curley or Ms. Yazzie or Mr. Wasetta in regards to some of these units being made available for other uses. They may have stepped away from the mic.
Okay.
Particular presentation, but I will let you know, Navajo Housing Authority does partner in a sense with the Navajo Police Department. We do have set aside units for Navajo law enforcement officers. We have not had an opportunity or a request come in from the county or the state, but I know that there is a partnership with police units in our communities. Then, as well as some of the other activities, non-dwelling unit, those individual homes that individual parties may approach Navajo Housing Authority on. The policy of that is the non-dwelling unit. Social service could have access to it. Nonprofits could have access to it as long as they are providing the needs to meet the needs of the community. Mr. Wasetta.
Hi, guys. Sorry I stepped away. Trying to do multitasking here. Hi, Shiona.
Hi, Dwayne.
I guess to answer your question on the shelter aspects of it, we looked at that several years ago, but my understanding, because of the shelter requirements, the fencing, isolation, that kind of, it put a challenge to how we're going to do that on some of our public rentals or out some of the areas that we have with home ownerships, the individual lots. So that was one of the things that we found out as we talked with social services, the criteria of a security, perimeter fencing, all of the area there, and then having the opportunity to have 24-hour security services. And so those were one of the challenges that we looked at, because we did have some units that were potentially could fit in that arena of assisting with shelter, but their criteria is that there was a protection requirement that need just for that. So it is something that we have over the years. Housing Authority has assisted social service. It's just one of the things is their requirements that we have to meet, and then the same time as just the residents of those development sites too. We had to be aware of what their area of concerns may be.
Okay. Thank you, Dwayne.
You're welcome.
The primary mission of Navajo Housing Authority is to provide affordable housing activities, affordable for those individual families that do apply. And of course, that also means that there is an opportunity for individual communities to lay the groundwork as to who would be a community member. Let's say, for instance, home ownership. A number of chapters, and all the chapters are very adamant that anybody that receives a home within their chapter under the housing home ownership program, they will have to be tribal enrolled members of that specific chapter. Now, Public Housing Authority is just what it is. It's Public Housing Authority. It's, we've had various ethnic groups, other races that have occupied public rental homes. And so public rental is, families are selected according to the preference points. And so if that preference point leads to a non-Navajo, then that family will be eligible for the public rental program. As far as home ownership, the chapter will have to certify that that individual is a local community member to meet their particular criteria.
Okay, thank you so much, Shiaj. And I just wanted to ask, I know that there is something on the website that shows that there's 15 management divisions of the NHA housing areas. Is there a map that we can access without having to apply to the actual home? Just so that, you know, if we're doing information sharing to say that these are some of the housing units for people to look into, is there a map that can be maybe put on the website so the public can view it possibly?
There, in regards, the way that I understand your question is that individual chapters being served by a certain housing management office. I'll give you an example. The Rue Housing Management Office, their particular chapter service areas, Baca, Pruitt, Yanbato, Little Water, Mariana Lake, Pine Hill, and then also Theroux. Now, in regards to Tohajule, the community that they serve is the Tohajule Alamo community. As far as Tohatchi, we have Chechenta, Church Rock, Manuelito, Red Rock, Rock Springs, and Seya. So we can get that information for you in regards to what are some of the service areas under the various 15 housing management office. If you dial 928-871-2600, the young lady that will be answering your call, 928-871-2600. You can ask her, would you connect me to the Crown Point Housing Management Office, and she will connect you to that particular office. Now, the availability of housing is what I believe there is an inquiry of. So in a sense of, you see some housing developments, let's say for instance, out in Shiprock that may be vacant, that maybe have been vacant for a long time. Those particular units could have some various earmarks on them in a sense of rehabilitation. And then also there are some units that basically have been set aside by the Housing Management Office. So therefore, if you see a housing development in a specific community, then it's important for you to say where that vacancy or where you're interested in. Then specifically, you can ask that question. Adon the Dunle Shahota Ho one. John Lane, what I get a Yaho Ho one, but the Nita. But the hot e the Ho one be yet. Just Cha has Leon. Yasa, don't be Yahate Schneck, the Bishop, Shitlisha, that don't see Jodan Nita. We call event areas, let's say for instance, there is an event that happened in a particular unit, and that event would be, let's say for instance, somebody passed during the COVID time in that particular unit. Obviously, the person that's going to be coming in, we have to be culturally sensitive and let them know the reason for that vacancy so that we do not disturb their particular protection in residing in a home.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I also wanted to just follow up on the housing vouchers in urban areas. The turnaround does seem to take a long time, often maybe 6 to 8 months for people. Just wanted to see if there's support for additional staff maybe, or maybe getting individuals assigned to 1 or 2 cities so they can actually be in the city more often, or, you know, of course, the main office in Fort Defiance or Window Rock. But I think that's been such a phenomenal program to help people get back on their feet and get housing voucher support in urban areas or border town areas that's not in an NHA housing division. I just feel like that would be really, really helpful because we're finding a lot of people moving from Navajo Nation into these communities to go to school, for medical care, or other critical areas of their livelihood. And that housing voucher has been amazing. So is there maybe new information that might be updated I think the Navajo ERAP is on the website, but maybe that housing voucher information could be also on the website.
Sheila, let me name off some of the voucher programs that we do have out there in regards to these activities in Lenigi. I will get to you, Todd Francis, here pretty soon after I answer this question. Yeah, we have VASH, V-A-S-H. Those are for veteran housing, assisted housing for those individual relatives that may be out on the streets, that may have addiction, or that may be chronically homeless. VASH. If you dial 928-871-2600, you may ask for Kim Bahi. Now, the voucher program, Section 8. Section 8 allows for individuals, let's say, for instance, they're going to be going for employment or medical reasons, as you had mentioned. And you can get the specifics from Kim Bahi on this. But let's, for instance, how that voucher system works is that we go according to 20% of the family's income. Let's say, for instance, they're going to be moving out to Albuquerque and the rent out there for a particular unit is $1,200. According to the calculations that we end up doing, the family may be contributing $300 due to their employment or income that is coming into the family. The remaining balance will be paid by the voucher program. So that is something that is important for you to note. Section 8, and then also the ERAP program, ERAP, Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That is basically open to any Navajo across the continental U.S. so long as they have a CIB. We have helped out individual families that are residing in Washington, D.C., all the way down to Florida, all the way across to Hawaii, back up into the Northeast, and to our relatives up in the Alaska area. We have assisted various individuals that are out there. I will make note, as far as your recommendation is that Navajo is vast and they live across various time zones. And here we are working 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. Individuals may be working at the time, or when they have free availability, they may not access the telephone conversation as they need to. But Navajo Emergency Rental, you can Google that. The application is on there. And some of the families have email their questions to the website that is located on the ERAP program. That particular question is broadcast to the anybody that is on the program. So individually, to get a response, we don't have a note specifically on there. If individuals would like to call in, they can dial 928-871-2600, and the lady there will direct them to the individual parties that are answering questions on the ERAP program. Todd Francis, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to share a couple of final comments. And I'm really encouraged by the discussion here today. Thank you for all the materials, and the background was very helpful to me, for sure. So one thing that I want to share with you is this idea, this opportunity, I think that we all see to create the greatest number of homeowners in the shortest period of time. I think that goal makes a lot of sense because, Navajo Housing Authority, I think they're trying to do that, but it's difficult. And one of the, I guess, easiest solutions that I see is to pursue this down payment assistance program that I've been advocating for. If NHA set aside 10% of its annual allocation, and last year was about 70 million, they would have $7 million a year to work with for down payment assistance, and that's only 10% of the budget. So, I don't like the idea of urban, non-urban, or on-res families, competing for funds, and I don't see the competition necessary when NHA already has the authority to allocate 10% of its budget toward urban families for down payment assistance. And that's where you get you can reach the goal of actually creating 700 homeowners per year with $10,000 in down payment assistance to each family. NHA is never going to be able to create 700 homeowners a year in the near future, but you can immediately do that with the down payment assistance program. That's only 10% of NHA's budget. So it makes a lot of sense. I think that it's something that NHA should consider. And the reason why it should be considered is because we're talking about affordability here, and that's NHA's purpose, is to make housing affordable for families. And I don't know if everybody recognizes the fact that right now, with housing prices the way they are in urban areas, most families are paying way more than 30% of their household income toward housing. And so, yes, urban families, they qualify for this assistance, and that's why I'm advocating for it. And again, another reminder is we're here out of economic necessity, not because most of us choose to be. We'd like to be close to our families, but we need the jobs, we need to be close to education centers, and that's why we're here. But we send money back. We're not too different from our Mexican counterparts that send money back to Mexico. We send money back to the res to help our families survive there. So there's a lot of money going back. So that's why I don't want to create the idea of there's competition for NHA funds. It's all about just doing what's right. And I hope that, there's some thought put into that. And then the last thing that I want to share is that, for $10,000 in down payment assistance, NHA can achieve 40 times leverage. So right now, homes in the valley here are about 400,000 just to get into a simple 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home. So 400,000, if you invested $10,000 in down payment, NHA would immediately realize 40 times leverage on that money. And I know that's what HUD's looking for. So you would get a good score from HUD for doing that. So again, another reason it makes a lot of sense. And the final reason is equity. I've talked about equity. This program's done before. We here in Phoenix, I helped create the program that put 20 families into their first homes in 2006. Those homes were $200,000. And now all those families have homes that are worth $400,000. So they're wealthier, they have equity, they're better off. And that's what we all want for them. So I think a lot more thought and support needs to be put into down payment assistance programs for urban families. Thank you.
Ms. Yazzie or Ms. Curley, are you on the line?
Would help 395 families.
I will revert back to them a little later on, but I do understand what Mr. Francis is saying in regards to some of these partnership and also the opportunity to leverage funds. Navajo Housing Authority is taking a look at that opportunity to leverage funds. Let me just say outright, any Navajo living across the continental US, they can apply for Section 184, which is a guaranteed loan program that is made available. And I know that if you were to take a look at the chart in regards to Section 184, Navajo Nation is leading that particular occupancy as far as buying homes. Ms. Yazzie, there was a question in regards to leveraging opportunities and then also setting aside 10% of funding for those individual Navajo families that are residing out in the metropolitan area or off Navajo who would like to participate in a mortgage program. 10% in a sense of down payment assistance. So would you answer that question, please?
Is that for us, Mr. Tooley?
Yes, it is, AJ.
Very good. Ado ahe, Nana, ado ahe, Shing, I've been kidding for that question on the leveraging opportunities. Yes, this new administration is going to be really wanting to optimize all leveraging opportunities with NHA's funding from NAHASDA. And that starts with a lot of the education and partnership that we want to have with all the stakeholders, both at the tribal level, the state levels of the 3 states in which our reservation expands across, and then with quasi-state agencies, a lot of water infrastructure, finance authorities from Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico, including other quasi-federal agencies, federal home loan banks, and the like across the housing trust, the National Housing Trust Fund, and partnership with the Housing Assistance Council. We are really outreaching to a lot of partners to maximize that leveraging opportunity, and even utilizing HUD's guaranteed loan programs. We have meetings too with HUD, and they just recently sent us the leveraging resources as well, including we wanted to reach out to a lot of faith-based organizations, philanthropies, and private foundations, which has already begun. We've had some discussions starting even last month. And so it's the first time we're making targeted efforts to really reach out and maximize these leveraging opportunities so that we can set aside funds to the extent that we are recognizing, and maybe more so this time around, only because of the pandemic and the impacts that we're hearing across the nation, including Alaska and Hawaii, that we have Navajos living, well, actually internationally, but to the extent that we can reach out to all those areas, we could even expand that. So part of that process is going to be an assessment of what those housing needs are. And so we'd like to do an outreach with all stakeholders to set up this avenue of intake of information and see what we can do to really address from all spectrums of income, from the very low to the high income, and see what we can do to offset some of the subsidies, the deep subsidies that we are looking at for our low-income families who are unserved and underserved here on our nation and then throughout the metropolitan areas. And I also have, and we want to reach out then to the mortgage-based products and some of the products that are offered through community development institutions. There's one here on Navajo, but there are other participating CDFIs across the country that we want to look at mortgage-based programs and look at down payment assistance programs. How do we maximize that for our families? Because that is really the only true real wealth equity that we can tap into for our families. And so it is really at the traditional development by subdivisions, by looking at mixed income and mixed development going forward to really maximize opportunities for our families from all income ranges.
Pakoshila here, Ms. Yazzie, for answering that. If you could just stay on the line, I know that individuals are going to be asking for questions to be answered. I'll go to Mr. Percy and then Shanoa, and then also Mr. Francis thereafter. Percy.
Earl, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I have more questions. So thank you very much to NHA and you all. Thank you.
Hakoshi, thank you very much for that accolade, Percy. Shanoa?
Yes, I just wanted to see if Ms. Curley, Maureen Curley, the executive director, may be busy, but if she could be the advocate then, because of the potential incredible stories that can be heard from our communities. In addition to this public hearing, how important it might be to have Ms. Curley do a town hall in some way with each community and learn from those needs, because I know some people may not be able to get onto any of these public hearings this week because of work or childcare or other important tasks. And so I just feel like we can really harness the incredible intellectual wisdom of our elders, our veterans, our people, especially those who are unsheltered or who are very vulnerable. They have incredible wisdom of how to navigate these systems, and I think they can really add to decreasing the barriers for applications and also timeline. I think that's why not be the most phenomenal Native nation that activates and engages with quick turnaround of applications and quick turnaround of customer service. And I know hiring of more staff would be important, but I think Ms. Curley can really advocate, just like Dwayne was talking about, some of the increased security and fencing that might be needed for a shelter or a home. Ms. Curley, if she needs support, there's a lot of people from National Indigenous Women's Resource Center and the different tribal leaders that are really focused on MMIWR or MMIDR, helping our communities find safe places so that our people don't go missing, that they know that there's a safe shelter to go to. So I'm just thinking about safety, this case, and how Ms. Curley can be a real strong advocate. We're ready to help her with finding those new ways to fund NHA to use in a more sustainable way, as well as with other sustainable funding, such as for solar panels and solar energy.
Hakushila, Ms. Yazi, in regards to the town hall meeting, would you be able to answer that question? And then also a request of Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Curley?
Yes, you bet. And thank you for that comment. Wonderful comment, because that's almost in line with, well, that is right in line with what we would intend to do. Starting off with the town halls, we have plans to visit every housing management office on the reservation that NHA has sub offices at. And so that will take the form of and liken it to a town hall meeting to hear from at the grassroots level what those needs are. And yes, to especially hear from our seniors, the wisdoms and teachings of the ways that how we used to have to conduct planning from our seniors, our veterans, and people in the community, and from our young children too, our future leaders. And we are also going to require our staff to participate in chapter meetings when we can't be at everywhere at one time. And so being more participative at the local level is going to really help us really engage and conduct that engagement. And I think that would be wonderful, as well as meeting with some of our council delegates that are leading the charge, like Councilwoman Amber Crotty, who we've spoken to, and looking at areas of implementing the Violence Against Women Act, you know, and our children that are missing. So all of that, we want to see how we can be an active participant in those discussions and coming up to solutions in regard to that. And so we welcome participating even at the national level at the Indigenous Women Resources, and see how we can be an active partner to really make a dent. And you're right, we are the largest tribal housing entity in the country, and we really should then lead in that regard, just given our size. And so we want to incorporate women's shelters too, with the use of NAHASDA funds, and activate some of those facilities that are sitting vacant in our communities, and work with private investors to help with operational dollars as needed, and really engage, I think, for the very first time. And I think we're beginning to see that momentum just even through this conversation, but we'd like to continue to maintain that for the sustainability of our people over the long term. We talk about planning 7 generations, and that's what we want to look at way into the future. And so we welcome input, we welcome that engagement, and we welcome that partnership. Oh,
Ms. Yazi, Bachansen.
Oh.
Aquashila, Mr. Todd Francis, your comment, please.
I think I accidentally put my hand up. I shared my comments. Thank you.
World, this is Percy again. Real quickly.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Percy.
Okay. Yeah, I just Okay, I just heard what Aniva Yazi had just said, or about town hall meetings. I just want to mention that when that occurs, there are some locations here in the Gallup metropolitan area, all the chapter communities around Gallup. I just call it Greater Gallup metropolitan area. But there's the Gallup Community Center, you know, that can house quite a bit of people. There's also the UNM Gallup Auditorium. And then at Manuel, we have a huge warehouse building next door to us with the Southwest Indian Ministries. That warehouse building is pretty well equipped, very large. It has even a cafeteria, a kitchen facility, and all that, bathrooms there and so forth. So yeah, those would be some good locations to host town halls, so people can come in from the nearby chapter communities. Thank you.
Sheila, thank you very much for those recommendations in regards to having or hosting a town hall facility in Metropolitan Gallup, and then also Metropolitan Manuelito at the Southwest Indian Ministries. Ms. Henderson.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I have a question. We have people living in a very poor condition, houses, trailer. And one of them, got burnout. And some of them are bound to wheelchair. And I was thinking of building a home for them. Is there a way that NHA can build a home for them on their home site lease or residential lease? Because I've seen some houses over at Mariano Lake along the road. Cote and Pablo Ventado, Torion. And then one time I went to Swift to see if they can build some houses out here. They was only 60 miles in here. I'm not sure if there's a way that you guys, NHA, can partner with Swift and pull some string and have them come out to our area to build houses. I brought this up to Leonard Sosi when he was a council delegate. I'm not sure what has been discussed up there. For those people that live around Gallup, they are so lucky around border town, the Baraniki. They have all these resources, but help us build some houses, trailers, at least one bedroom. Thank you.
Sheila, Corona identified Leniki Lehan, so the Hawan Pastaho, Ador, the Kahati Khan. The Ashbaka, a year. I don't the day, the Quadosa and Lay Hawan takes energy to quit today, the quacky hot, so he quack day, Gina, Nashiday needs and had energy Quador, which Nandish. The furthest house that we have built out east is Torion, the late Willie Barbone. We have built a house out there. And individually, you as a community can again help us, as mentioned early on. What is your housing need? What has your housing assessment been done in regards to what you had mentioned, a one-bedroom home for these individuals that are living out there, and you have seen some homes, and those are called scattered site developments. And one of the areas in that is that if you have, let's say for instance, clan, le tohe cleaning est archikedat, neniki e archiko ki hawan lada de yoked ashbakati jahot no ashi abo hanet santo lik. Akondin here ya Honet na Hawan, Quacky Bank, na hot hato nido. A hot out a yapo Honet Sandolis, Adon the Quadon has tweed Lavan Yazi Yinj, Aden Khan Yago, Chita Hoto. I know that White Horse Lake and Pueblo Pintado pretty much buddy up on their particular advocacy as far as housing need is concerned. So I believe that that would be something that would be an advantage to the community to share with Navajo Housing Authority your own particular assessment, as had been mentioned early on, that may not be visible to those individuals that are only reading, paperwork. But those of you that are actually living out in the community, you are the community experts. You as officials know what your community needs. So if you could convey that and utilize that vehicle to share with us, that would be most appreciated. Oh. Iko de niri ba has zeki to adon de ta one halet o e nasi so halet o e gach na de don niki. For those that would like to grow your particular community housing, again, if there is an advocacy for doing regional development, I believe that that would be ideal, where a number of chapters come together and share. I know that from my own experience, Pueblo Pintado and White Horse Lake, they pretty much buddy up in regards to their particular advocacy and also the needs there in Eastern Agency. As I did mention also, there is a housing entity that is in Shiprock that built 96 homes, that requested 96 homes, and 96 homes were built on 6.3 acres. Navajo Housing Authority does not manage that property. Another entity manages that particular property. Some of the policies that are going to be required in regards to being your own housing entity are rent and home buyer payments policy, eligibility, admission, occupancy, as well as grievance. I don't So those are some of the opportunities that are out there. And then also for some of your communities where you actually have housing authority developments, they are eligible in a sense of creating their own entity, having a housing organization or a home buyers organization. A code out ego a ya ba to doch ego shut up at the doch meet. Sash night of kit. I'd like to thank those of you that are on the call and sharing your particular perspective, and also sharing us your question as well. But not kid a door, sneak or kid. Hans so go ya. Hans so go ya con kitten the hat these massage night of kid are there. Night dash kit no sending late day neo night of night dash kit no send dollars. We don't want your question to wake you up in your deep sleep tonight, saying that I should have asked that question. So this is an opportunity for you to pose your question, and then you will have parties answer or address your question.
You have follow-up email survey for the.
I don't want to code neither today. We don't ask survey monkey. We will be sending out a survey to individual participants who have registered here, and then we will ask you for your particular input, how to improve this presentation, what you like, and then also what other program would you like us to delve into a little bit deeper? Yeah. I don't get the even not to go, okay, you can't do key hands, so the Ahan again, it's your dollars. All they care not in it. So sharing this information locally with your particular network in regards to some of these questions that you have heard and answers that you have heard. We want you to be a partner with Navajo Housing Authority to broadcast and amplify the message that you have heard today. In regards to some of the activities as far as the Affordable Housing Program initiative under Navajo Housing Authority, we have the Public Rental Housing Program, we have the Veterans Housing Program, we have the Homeownership Program. Also, we have opportunities for Section 8 voucher program, VASH voucher program, and then also ERAP right now. There are some other assistance that have been provided. Some of the other partners that are out there in the communities basically have benefited from our particular program, such as the Boys and Girls Club, senior citizens, and then also for those individual relatives and family members of ours that are residing in care homes or assisted living quarters. So if you don't have any more questions, that will conclude our particular session. And if you would like to contact us, we do have a phone number that you can dial, and it is 871-928. Percy, your mic is on. Did you want to ask a question?
No, I just want to say thank you so much to all of you, and I'm going to be logging off now, and you all have a blessed day, a blessed week, and thank you so much for providing this webinar.
Oh, Percy. As mentioned, this will conclude our particular webinar today. And if you would like to log on again tomorrow, you are more than welcome to do so. So if you would let your counterparts know, March 8th, Fort Defiance Agency, the same time. March 9th, Western Agency. March 10th, Northern Agency. March 11th, Central Agency. So please log on and utilize the same address again. You could log on or share this information with your counterparts that are out there. I don't know if any of the staff would like to have any closing comment. Ms. Yazzie, Ms. Orsetta, Mr. Franklin, Ms. Curley, or Ms. Gilmore.
No, I don't have any. John, thank you.
Mr. Wasetta.
Well, thank you, everybody, for all your comments, and thank you for the support that you're providing us, and that will help us as we move forward. Again, thank you. You guys have a blessed week and be safe out there. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hagonet.
Wear your mask.
Terry Sloan.
Thank you, sir. Just want to say thank you for this webinar today. It was a great presentation, great questions, and great thoughts. And one thing I maybe want to point out, really seriously begin to look at sustainability issues and on developing housing and solar power and renewable energy. Thank you, but great job today. Thank you.
Hakoshina, sustainability.
Thank you.
Activities in Linigi. Ms. Erling Henderson, you had your light on a little while ago.
Question. Hello, nikilchetat oltlat tirosalpaasan damde indetasalpaahosan nahanas patashalet atenasheniki NHA esalpaasan aja. But overall, the gate of the good presentation. It was very understandable, and thank you very much. Well.
Oh, hakoshine the hasiado adon the aya kondigi hekota aya khanna nigo. Adiki bachita hato as adon the ledan de tranazin the baganiki to kayata chigo to code ego bahan to di down the hot. Gesho. Is not the dog need to hear a winter dollar